Well, hello, and welcome back, everybody. I'm AJ O'Neill, and we are doing a take-home interview assignment. So, first of all, there aren't going to be any major spoilers in this. I want to respect the company that I'm interviewing for. Obviously, there's some chance that they might see this. The problem, however, that's being solved is, the problem that's being solved is something that is very common. It's not some sort of unique problem. There are some ways I could think that it's specific to what the company does, but it's basically a linked list style interview problem. So what I'm going to do is I've got this all set up to create the repository here. I think that what their concern is maybe just attention to detail. So, for example, one of the instructions is to have a README. And that's something that in my own interviewing people, it's basically that it just never happens. People they don't put a README. And if they do, it's a README that's absolutely terrible. So that's one skill where I'd say that I'm in the 0.01th percentile. So I'll nail that section. And there is kind of a possible twist to what this is, but I'll go ahead and describe it. So this is just, we'll say, what would she say? I'll call this roadmap. So roadmap is, we need a web server, and it needs to listen on 8080. It's got to expose an endpoint, which I'm going to use a different name before the final submission. So I'm going to call this endpoint route, just so for search engines and stuff. To do change before final submission. And then it's going to have to calculate some stuff, to figure out what a particular route, or I guess I could call this endpoints, or okay, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Then the next bit we're going to do is, so I'm trying to think of how I can abstract this again, so I don't use their specific use case, but basically there are connected points, and I'm trying to think if there's any other good example that comes to mind other than the one they gave. The first time I did this problem, it was very, very arbitrary. It was abstract. It was, here's a bunch of words, and one word is leads to another word. Sort all the words such that you can find in any given set of words the first word in the path and the last word in the path. So, but here, well, we'll go with airports. I think airports is a good one. You got different destinations and stuff, and then I can easily modify that and get that. So we'll go with, and then of course this needs to parse JSON that it receives. It's going to get a list of lists. And then, yeah, so something like train stations, airports, something where you have a bunch of pieces can connect to each other. You have some sort of a directed flow. And let's see, what else? What they've given me in terms of specification is very, very minimal. It needs to be a private repo, needs to have a README, needs to use Golang and or any tools. When I'm done, I need to give the link and tell how much time this took me. So we're going to do this whole thing here. But then I'm not actually really good at algorithms. I'm probably the worst person that I know. Of all the algorithm people that I know, I'm the slowest. Of the people who are not algorithm people, I'm the fastest. But I'm not really good at coding up a binary tree. So I thought long and hard about this. So basically, the calculation is given a start and end, given a list of start and end points, find the primary and final points. That's essentially what this is. And this is where I've already spent an hour or so thinking about this. And the particular twist on this problem is that I don't actually need to construct the entire chain. I just need to give the start point, the primary start point, the start point of all start points, and the end point of all endpoints. So to give you an idea of what this would look like, so this is going to look something like, in our example where we're instead using the airports, it's going to be a list of lists. So the airports that I commonly fly, for example, are, I'll go from Richmond to, I don't remember what Chicago is, but there's something like that. And then I'll go from Chicago to SLC. And so this is my route. So this is basically what this thing needs to look like. For the purposes of this, and I can clean this up later, I'm just going to go ahead and get a list of US airport codes, because there's probably something on Wikipedia or some database where I can easily scrape it and just get the whole thing. There we go. Look at that. That's wonderful. So having that, interesting. So it has different. So we got, yeah, this is wonderful. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab this list so that I have it. I bet somebody else has already created this on GitHub or NPM or something. So let me check that out too. I'm going to open this up. But I just want a good set of data to work with to be able to do tests. But before I do that, let me go back. Golang is used for web dev. I think that, yeah, so the airports is graphs. That is absolutely correct. But in this case, it is a specific path. And we only need to find one path. So we don't have to do the whole balanced tree thing and Dijkstra's algorithm and all that. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do the breadth first, depth first, the weighted nodes. None of that. This is a very simple, can you code and figure out a problem type of problem, not did you finish your CS degree type of problem. So I think that Go is also used for Android dev. So let me finish with what I want to be able to test before I go any further in getting a list of sample data. So with so here's what we need to do is we need to produce, and these will not necessarily be in the right order. So let me put it like this. I mean, this is obviously, if it was in the right order, then you would, you know, there's not a big deal. You just take the very first item of the first array and the last item of the last array, and you'd be done. Now, I thought about this, and it turns out that thinking about it heuristically, meaning rule-based, I can come to a solution that I think is pretty much just as good, if not better, than what I would have come to if I was thinking about this algorithmically in terms of, you know, creating a graph and traversing it and doing all this stuff. So since the inputs and outputs are so well defined, in terms of, I know that I'm getting a list that has a definite start and a definite end. That is a condition of this problem. So knowing that, I can just think instead, what are the error conditions? And so the error conditions are handle no route, empty set. Let's see. Another condition is if there's a loop. So if I'm given a string in which one of the destinations is something else that's already been visited. Oh, and another thing I was thinking about this is it would be nice if we could just do it in a single pass. And as I was thinking about it last night and then this morning in the shower and at breakfast, I think I've got the way to do this that's similar to the way that I did it last time, but a little bit different. So we need to be able to count what's visited and then detect if there's a loop. Because if there's a loop, that's going to be a warning. But it's not necessarily an error, because it's actually okay for there to be a loop. There can still be one starting point and one destination, even if there's a loop. So I might issue a warning. It seems like this route doesn't quite make sense because the person went in a loop, but this is not actually an error condition. What is an error condition is if we actually break. And by that, I mean that we end up with two nodes that no node leads to, and or two nodes that, if we end up with a node that can't be gotten to from the prior node. So we end up with two destinations that don't go somewhere else. That's what I'm saying. So if we end up with a destination that doesn't go somewhere else, or we end up with a start that didn't come from somewhere else, that's how we know that we have a broken path. And so this is going to be an actual error. And I think there might have been something else, but this is essentially it. So if we know that that the route exists at all, if we know that, and the loops it's something I want to detect, but I think it doesn't really matter as long as there's not a broken path. There should only be one start and one end. So if we meet these three conditions, it doesn't matter what algorithm or data structure or anything to get there, because this is all possible conditions. So what it ends up being is list of visited nodes should be length of list plus 1. So that's how we know that we visited every node only once. And we actually can visit a node more than once, but I'll get into that once we get into the actual problem here. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking we're doing. Now let me go ahead and grab this. Let me see if I can grab a list of airport codes. I would be really surprised if somebody doesn't have this in a gist or GitHub or something like that. Dataset, airport codes, boom. Airport code CSV, sweet. So let's just take a look at the data. Airport code CSV, 5.67 megabytes. Whew. Identity. Municipality. Region. Let's see. US, USAR. Let's see. Do we have RIC in here? Okay, I don't think these are the airport codes in the format that I want them. So let's go with no on that one. Let me try list of USA airport codes. $28,000 airports. I don't think I really need that whole thing. The Wikipedia list seemed to be... This seemed to be pretty reasonable. If I can just... I don't want to spend too much time on this. This isn't timed. I have to tell them how much time I spent on it. But it's not timed, so I can kind of figure out what I want it to be. Probably use a set such hashtags. Don't cheat! Don't cheat! Don't tell me the answer! Don't tell me the answer! Goodness. Oh, you're trying to get me invalidated here? Goodness knows. Gosh, this is the first rule of interview streams is you're not allowed to tell me the answer. Let's see. So, can I just grab this? Yeah, okay, you said I should search for... Okay, this looks better. 8.1 megabytes. That's too big. I mean, this is what I'm looking for. Just show me the major... Yeah. Primary airports. Okay, all right, I'm just gonna... I'll give it one more search, and then I'm just gonna write a little jQuery here. List of major USA airport codes. All right, this is what I'm going to do because I just want a simple list to be able to kind of goof around with. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I do want to get something that helps me to build up some test data. So I am just going to do inspect here, and that should give me, whoops, hopefully that should land me about in this column. Why are there so many console things on it? There we go. jQuery sorter. Do we have something? Content container. I don't know. This head. Let's see what we get if we look for, let's just in the console here real quick. I'm going to do wiki table. How many tables do we get if we just do wiki table? It's just this table, right? Okay, cool. So let me go ahead and grab the wiki. Wait, oh no! Document.query selector. There we go. Did I get laid off too? No, I did not get laid off, but I came across a listing that offers a more obscene amount of money than I've ever considered that a developer could possibly get as a yearly salary. So I am not going to not apply to that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's obscene. The amount of money is obscene. So I am going to apply. All right. So let's see here. We're about 10 minutes in real time, discounting the counter here. Just kind of going over the problem description. And then what do I want out of this? I want to go over, it's probably not TD, is it TR? I want to go over each TR. And then for each, I'm hoping that we're going to have, let's see, there should be TD3, I think. So we're going to have a TR here. And let's just console.log that TR real quick. We should see about 100 of these or so. Dang it. If I could just get my finger on the right key on the keyboard. Not a function. Oh, right. So I need to do, I think it's array.from. Is that, what? Okay. Cut it out. Obviously. Oh, query selector all. Oops. There we go. And then I think I can actually get rid of the array.from if I'm not mistaken. Whoops. And document. There we go. Okay, so no, I want to document, not device pixel ratio. I hate this autocomplete crap. It's so bad. All right, and then what we want is to select the ones specifically that are v-align equals top. There we go. Let me see if we can go back up to the top of this. Oh, okay, that still gives us the other ones. Okay, let's try this again from the top, no pun intended. Okay, so that, yeah, that skips over headers. So here we go, this one skips over headers, and then I just want to get the codes. So let's say console.log dot query selector, and then we want to get the, I guess, query selector all TD, and then we want to get the third one. There we go. And then we just want to get the text out of that. So let me go ahead and do this. So, whoops. Let fields equals bloop. Let code equals fields 2, or let's say code field, and then let code equals code field dot inner text. And then we can console.log the inner text. And then we've got, in fact, actually, let's do this. Let's do codes equals, we got ourselves a nice array there. And then we can do we could just do codes.push code. And then at the end we can console.log json.stringify codes. Okay, so I'm actually going to include this code with the repository. Well, I guess actually, well, I will, but it doesn't. I may, after the stream, I may go fetch a list of the thing and post something very similar to this. Fetch the listy list. Okay, let me check up on comments. Sorry, I'm not keeping up on comments. I know what you mean. Say no more. I'm rooting for you in hopes that you get the job. Refer me in the future. You bet, Elon. I'm going to tell him, Elon taught me everything I know. You got to hire Elon. Okay. So, here we go. So I'm going to go into this one. I'm going to put under projects, Cool Age 86. We're going to count this as a personal project. All right, and we're going to go on in here, and then I'm going to have, let me just put in the README, or, yeah, I am just going to put this in the README. Get a list of test data, so then I'll just, yeah, we'll just go with this one. Let's say, from and actually, you know what I'd use to do go generate. So what I'd like to do, if I can, is, well, this one's going to be kind of tough. Let's see. Let me see what happens if I just curl this. I'm going to see if we can do one better. Because, you know, it'd be better if I could do this in Go, right? So what if I just curl this? Let's see. How ugly is the HTML? All right, it's not so bad. So what if I were to do... get rid of everything. Let's do multi-line, I think it is. Get rid of everything up to table. Oops. Nope. Wikipedia.html. Because there's probably a pretty simple way. Was it wiki table? Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. Look how beautifully it's formatted. I can do this. Where's my sound bites? It's a Unix system. I know this. Wait, that probably wasn't loud enough. Let me do that again. It's a Unix system. I know this. Okay. So because the data is so beautifully formatted, almost as if it was perfectly designed just for me, I think that I could do a simple, you know, find everything up to here and then do this in Go. So I'm going to consider actually grabbing this in Go, just by looking. Basically, all I got to do is look for lines that start with TD and then 3 letters and a space. If I'm not mistaken, is that not what it is? TD A. Let's see. W. Yeah. So if all I do, this is not necessarily a way that's always going to work, but essentially, oh wait, I have to grab the second one. So that makes it a little more tricky. So what I have to do is I have to look for a TR. Where's the TR at? Are there any TRs here? So I gotta look for a TR, and then I have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. And then I gotta look for the next TR, and I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. So still, this is something that I could do it in Go as well. It's just kind of convenient to do it in JavaScript because, you know, we get the nice little ditty. But so I'll just document what I'm doing for now, and then I can, you know, from, you know, we could also the HTML happens to be well formed, so we could do we could grab this with a simple line parser as well. All right, test data is in, and then we're going to put list.json is what we'll call it, list.json. And I might want to do that. I actually might want it to be an assets list JSON, because if I get around to it, one of the things I want to do, so some niceties, let me go add this to the roadmap. So let's have here requirements, and then documentation. Nice things would be embed readme.md and any data with go embed. So there's some stuff there. Okay. All right, so now we've got our list of data. And I'm just going to copy this because I can. It actually would be all right just to do comma separated here as well, but this is good. All the data looks well formed. So we're going to make a folder called assets, and then inside of assets we're going to make a list.json, and then I'm just going to throw this in there. And I am going to use this for a type of validation as well, just to give a warning, say, hey, that this was not found, or yeah, I think I'm also going to put warning for let's see. So I have a warning warning for lowercase codes, because case sensitiveness. We'll have a warning for items not in set, so I'll just put that in there. It doesn't matter for the context of this. So we got them, assets, list. Yeah. All right. So we got all that. But it would be really nice if we could use go generate. Oh, and that was another thing. Okay. Go generate for fetching data if it doesn't exist. All right. Okay, so we got some test data. And then we also need to do some test data in terms of some routes. So let's say, for example, well, we'll do some table tests. Let's see, how should we do this? Let's see. So it's called a table test when we have a list of lists of lists that where the test conditions and success conditions are defined within the list. A lot of times people do this directly in the Go code, and I might choose to do that. In fact, I think I will. But I'll just start right here. So if we pass in nothing, then this should be an error. So I'm thinking out loud about errors. If we pass in just two things, so let's say I was able to get a direct flight from SLC to Richmond, that'd be great. We could also, so this is good. So I'm going to mark these as error, empty set, good. Then, but what if we have something like this? Okay, this is a little bit strange. So we could have, and what's O'Hare? O'Hare, that's what it's called. Chicago is called O'Hare. Hold on, let me go look that up real quick on the Wikipedia table. Okay, so hare, O, Chicago O'Hare. Ord. Yeah. That's the one. So this is an error right here. This is going to be bad. We should have a start and end, not extras. Then another good one would be if we split this out, like I was saying before, we can take this part and we could put it here. And then we could have like this. All right, don't put this up on the tweet bot that checks where everybody's at all the time. Just don't let people know. So this is good. That one works. But then let's say that we went from ord to, well, ord is the one that connects here. So let's say we did another one like what's another one I fly into? LaGuardia? No, not LaGuardia. I do one in New York from time to time. I was just thinking JFK. I go JFK. I was thinking LaGuardia only because it was referenced in that movie recently, and so when I thought New York, the first thing came was LaGuardia rather than JFK. But let's say that we have something like this. Okay, this is bad because the path is broken. And then, let's see. We could do something else where there's a loop. Let's create a loop. And then this will be the data that we start with. As we'll say, all right, let's say that Richmond okay, let's have this. So this would be a loop that is also broken. But then we can also have a loop that isn't broken. So we could have a loop where JFK goes to Richmond, Richmond goes to JFK, but we could also have Richmond goes to Ord. And so here we have a loop, but we can also tell, even if this person had a cyclic journey, so let's say, can we tell where they started from? As long as we can tell where they started from, then we're okay. Let's see. So they started from JFK, went to Richmond, went to JFK. Then, well, we don't know where they started from. We would know one of two possible starting points would either be Richmond or JFK. So in this particular one, we need to add something else in order for it to not be broken, because we need to be able to determine a starting and ending point. So let's say we pick Albany. Sure, why not? Or what's Rochester? I don't know. Syracuse. Let's say that they went from Rochester to JFK. And then there's also the possibility... No, there's not the possibility that we're given too much information, because that would be a broken loop. That would be some place that we can't get back from. But let me go ahead and think about that case as well. So an airport has two destinations. Nah, wait, I'm not going to worry about that. Basically, I've got a heuristic in mind of how we can determine if stuff looks good or looks bad. Okay. Oh, it's a Unix system. I know this. That's from Jurassic Park. All right, cool. So there we go. Now we've got some test data to work with that represents different things. And this is warning, loop, but definite start and end. All right. So that's what we could have there. So what I'd like to do is we're going to have a command directory, because I like to have those, and that's going to be where our server is, and we're going to call it I don't know, I'd call it router, and then in here we can have router.go, and this is going to have our main and all that. Then we're going to have a package that is going to be... Oh, we need to do a go mod init, by the way. So this is going to be Coolage 86, Golang, take home. But we're not gonna have really much at this layer. But yeah, that's what we need to... What? Double slash? Oh, whoops. Right, because it is a URL, not specifically a get URL. Okay, good. So there we are. We've got a go mod file, and then I'm going to call... We're going to have the command that's the router, and then we're going to have the wayfinder. And so we're going to go in here, we're going to have wayfinder.go, and its package is going to be wayfinder, and we're going to have... Oh, it's been a while. Is it type struct or is it just struct? I think it's struct. It's going to be the way. And it's going to be... Let's see. Struct way is... Let me think about this. Gosh, it's been a minute. Hold on. Let me think about this. What we need... Yeah, I haven't actually done a Go project in a couple of months, and so this is my first time in a couple of months since doing Go, and so my head is full of mostly JavaScript syntax right now, and I have to find my Go syntax. So we have, it's lowercase, right? So if I wanted to have a map, let me think about this. So if I have a list, here we go. It's coming back to me. It's coming back to me. Of what do we call a point? So we need to have a struct that's a point, but it's actually just going to be oh gosh, I am struggling right now. It's a string. No. Okay, this is how we declare it, right? So if I want to have a list, let me actually go put this over in the command one here. So if I want to have a list, it's a list, and the type is a list. It's a list of lists that are strings. Okay, so if I do fump.println, then this should be a working program. And I should be able to do in here a list of strings that are, you know, like I said, we're going to go from SLC to Richmond. That's my preferred flight path if I can get it. Okay, redundant type. Oh, redundant type because we've already declared that this is an array of strings. Okay, and what I actually want to do is use, what is it, printf, and then I want to give it %v, I think it is. Is it pound v? Is it pound v? %pound v? This you can help me out with if if you happen to remember what it is. That's okay to help me out with. Just basic syntax stuff. Okay, go run, thump. Yay! Okay, cool. Huzzah! Woo! We wrote a Go program! We did it! Alright, cool. Alright, so I want to use a type alias for this because I want to say... Oh gosh, what is it? String... This is going to be a point. So type, does it go like this? or not a point, but this is going to be endpoints. I forget how we do this in Go. How do we do a type alias in Go? Dagnabbit? Man, embarrassing. Okay, type yes equals. That's what I wanted. Type first. See, I've been working in JS doc too much. Go does it the way that's actually natural and makes sense. Okay, so endpoints is an array. Well, a list, a slice. No more than with 2 entries. Oh, speaking of which, in my little assets directory there, sorry, going back, switching modes of thought. Another error would be if we just had 1 entry. That would also be bad. So if we have 1 entry or if we had 3 entries, both of those are bad. Just, we need to account for that. All right, and we can send back a, 400 request malformed, or it would actually, technically it would be a 422 because the request was able to be parsed, but semantically could not be understood. So I don't think anybody really cares whether you use a 400 or a 422 because it means yo input was bad, fool. But technically speaking, if it's parsable, syntactically correct, but the contents don't make sense, that's a 422. But who'd have hey Johannes, what's up? Welcome back. Alrighty. The start point and end point. Yeah, this is good. Alright, so, and where am I at? I'm over here in router again? Okay, fine. That's fine. We can do it here. So this is going to be a type of endpoints. And we could do validation on this as it comes in, but that would actually have to be kind of tricksy because if we wanted to do validation literally as it comes in, then we would have to have our own, whoops. What happened? Our own JSON parser. I hit a hot corner by mistake. But, there we go. I'm darkening the picture a little bit. But we can kind of just, as we process each item, we can be, is it opportunistic? No, not opportunistic. Optimistic. We can be optimistic because we can assume that most data is good data. All right, so here's our entry points, or our endpoints. Okay, and then let's see our, so here goes our, so this is the beginning of a table test. And we would say, it's true or false. In fact, let me just search this out real quick to see if there's a convention for table tests specifically. Let me do Golang. Because I don't know if the prefer. Okay, Dave Cheney, he's a smart guy. All right, table-driven tests. So, split strings, blah, 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 blah. All right, where's table-driven test? Okay, so the type is test, the struct is input, and what we want. Okay, so this works for that. But what if what we want is an error? So I think we could put nil there and then have an error as well, because we want to also test for errors. We don't want to just test for success, we want to also test for error. Okay, subtest, yada yada. It's good to be in Go again. Oh, man. It's always a breath of fresh air when I get to work in Go. Okay, so anyway, we got some endpoints. I think I'll have to think on what our table test is going to be, but this is a case where test-driven development really makes a lot of sense. It makes a ton of sense. But I need to figure out how to communicate warnings. So we're gonna take this here, and what we're gonna do is we're going to import, not just fumped. So we're gonna import github.com/coolage86/Golang take home slash, what did I call it? Wayfinder. And we're going to do wayfinder.find. And then we're going to pass in our list. And then I'm going to turn this into a test in a minute. Give more Golang live streams, please. Beginner here. Yeah, they're going to come. There will be more of them. So for those of you that are not, haven't been following the channel lately, even if you're following in the past, so I'm splitting up into multiple channels. So the Dash Incubator stuff, there's now a channel that's called literally @-incubator, @-incubator, or -incubator, depending on the platform. And so that one is going to have the majority of the Dash work that I do. And then on this channel, the Coolage86 channel, is going to be more of the project live streams. And then Beyond Code is still going to be reserved for the higher quality material that's edited presentation style. So that's the channel split up. So let me just put that in here for you. So it is twitch.tv/-incubator. And then it is twitch.tv/coolage86 and twitch.tv/ Oh, we don't have Twitch for Beyond Code because Beyond Code isn't live. But we have youtube.com. And this one it's @_Beyond Code. Same as the Twitter. Found you with Git contributions back then while looking for Golang content. Enjoy watching JS content as well, but originally found you with Golang. Yeah, Golang makes my heart sing. All right, so what this is going to be is we're going to get back an endpoint from here, and then we're going to print the endpoint. So this is the beginning of what looks to be kind of test-like, and this is going to get real fun in just a second, I think. Whoops, what I call it, Vim Wayfinder. All right, so find, because it needs to be exported. Find will consume a list of endpoints. Well, let's see. Find takes a list of endpoints in any order and returns the final path. Okay. I don't know what that is, but I'm ignoring it. The primary start and final end. I guess it's not really find much. I don't know. We'll call it find for now. But this is going to return an endpoint. Actually, it's not going to return an endpoint. And the reason for that is that we need more data. So if there's an error, I actually want to be able to return multiple errors with this. Let me think about it. Multiple errors. We'll just go with a single error for now. I might have multiple messages in the error. That's how we might do this. Okay. Can I call it endpoint notes? I can call it whatever I want, I suppose. Wait, in Go do we always have to type? Because in Rust, I think we get to type just struct, but in Go, I think we have to do it this way. Okay, right. endpoint notes includes, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. It's going to have a start, it's going to have an end, and it's going to have warnings. Oops. So start is going to be string, end is going to be string, warnings is going to be a string, and then if we have an error, then it'll be a real error. So, and I'll rename this later. I don't like the name of these things, but we're going to go with it. Okay, so find whoops. Endpoint. Oh, I need to go grab that from the command here. We need wayfinder.endpoints. Wayfinder.find. Right? Wayfinder.endpoint. And I don't usually like to use generic language like this. I like to be more specific because an endpoint could be any endpoint. This is kind of a generic algorithm, so it kind of makes sense. And also because I'm not exposing all the information about the real details of the interview and everything, so I'm being a little more generic. But typically speaking, I wouldn't do that, and I may update this before I send it to them. All right, endpoint is not declared. Of course it's not declared. That's why I just copied it over. And actually, we're not going to get back endpoint. We're going to get back, let me go back here. We're going to get back endpoint notes. And again, I might, once I get the basic stuff done, I may do some of the, I may work through some of the naming conventions on stream. Oh, wait. So this was, no, this is not. So this is endpoints, and this is endpoint notes. This is where we get back. Okay. So why is it upset? Oh, because I could have an error. So if nil is not equal to error, actually, I'm going to start programming a little bit more in the Go way where we don't use Yoda conditions. Yoda conditions are useful in other languages, but as you get better and better at restricting what features of a language you use, you can get better at avoiding the types of code that would lead to needing Yoda conditions. So I'm considering dropping Yoda conditions, at least in Go. Yoda conditions are where you are more exact in the way that you are showing an error, because it's more exact to put the constant value, the value that is not changing, on the left, and to put the variable on the right. So this is considered to be a Yoda condition, and because nil error is not, that's the the cutesy thing about it. But the reason you do this, because in a lot of programming languages, Go does not allow this. Go does not allow you to accidentally assign in an if that is not valid as part of the language, but other languages do, and so Yoda conditions evolved as a way to make it so that if you accidentally assign to a constant, that's not valid. So if you meant to put 2 equals and you put 1 equals instead, you get an error. That's why we have Yoda conditions. That's why they're a good practice in many languages, if not most languages. But in Go, they're not necessary, and I don't know. I just think it's a better way to think anyway, is first consider the concrete than the variable. But whatever. Okay, so we have fump.fatal, or is it log.fatal? It's probably log.fatal. Error. There we go. Look at that. Go's so nice. Tooling's so good. It just automatically imports standard library for you in alphabetical order. My beating heart. Okay. We cannot assign in an if in Go. And you should not do that in programming in general. You can assign in an if in other programming languages. It is not valid syntax in Go. Unless something changed, but I hope not. But you can see, I mean, we'll just go ahead and do this, right? So let's do error equals nil and sign it. Because you're only allowed to have a Boolean. You're not allowed to have, whoops. So we can go ahead and run that. See? Oh, we have two problems, actually. One is that in my silliness of JavaScript, error is a lowercase built-in type in Go. So let's get rid of that. And then I need to, of course, return list and then nil. Well, no, I need to return, let's see, notes, return notes, nil, endpoint notes, declared but not used. Oh, and this is now endpoint notes. Okay. So we got that fixed. But see, syntax error, cannot use assignment as value. So that is not allowed in Go, thank heavens. All right. So we're just going to end up with something that's completely empty here. Start, end, warnings. That's all good. Log, fatal. Wait, why did it not have... Fatal F. I don't remember how this works. And then a new line? I could have sworn that log fatal had a trailing new line. Is it showing that it has a new line? Is that what it's trying to tell me? Oh, no, this does not have a new line. Fatal does have a new line. Alright, cool. So there we go. There's our little... the start of it. Now, let's get on to the algorithmic part. So, for this, we will do command router test. No, sorry. I'm going to have to rename all these things eventually. I'm using terrible names. Okay. Come on. Quit. There we go. Wayfinder.go, and then we need test. And then I actually have to go look up the syntax real quick because I forget. I think it's just called test main, if I remember correctly. And then we have test empty. Well, I guess we could just do that table test like I said. Let's try that. So we're going to have an array of, let's see, what do I need here for this test? So we're gonna have a list of things, and what we're gonna have is endpoint notes, and we're gonna have inputs. Okay, so what type is this going to be? It's going to be a struct. I might cheat and go look up the table test thing because, like I said, it's been a while. My syntax is a little rusty. But we can have the struct, and then we're going to have endpoints. And then we're going to have endpoints, and then we're going to have error, and then we're going to have We're going to have result. Let's see. I think it was like this, and so then we could say we expect SLC to Richmond to be just fine. Whoops. And then as far as notes goes, we expect that the start will be SLC, that the end will be, whoops, Richmond, and then the warnings will be nil. I'm expecting that's what this is going to look like. And then okay, I think we actually will need okay, we're going to do... Sorry, I'm going to check chat in just a second. Sorry, I've been ignoring chat. All right, so we're going to have here... Okay, I think this is right. It's either correct or correct adjacent. Oh, we always have trailing comma and go, of course. All right, what is it saying? M testing.m. And then I think what we do, m.run or something. Oh, did you see that semicolon creep in? All right. So what we're going to do is for tests, so T, no, we can't do T, can we? Can we for R, let's call it results. I don't know. This is, well, I'll figure it out later. And I always prefer to do it this way. All right, what did I do wrong here? What are you telling me it's invalid type? So literally this is the index. Or was it this way? Was it value and then index? I don't think so. All right, hey Moz, what's up? How you doing, man? Oh, right. Yes, okay, sorry. You can do assignment in an if in a safe way, yes. Yes, ifs have, yes. Okay, yes, you can put an expression in an if and have it scoped to the if block. Yes, that is something that's different about Go than other languages. What I meant is that you can't do an accidental assignment. Yes, I understand that. Sorry for the confusion. Okay. Endpoint results. Tests. Okay, why? Expected Boolean. Oh, range. I forgot the word range. That's why. Okay, that makes more sense now. Oh, fine. I like to put the second value to show that I'm ignoring it on purpose. Okay, and then log.println test. Wait, this won't make a difference. Cannot use endpoint literal. Oh, right. Okay, redundant type. Oh, okay, right. Redundant type, got it. Okay, here we are. Cool, so here's our test, so let's go ahead and run, whoops, if we can. Go test. What is it? Go test triple dot. Okay, that's taking way too long. What? Okay, hold on. Something went wrong here. There's a way. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I thought it was dot, dot, dot. But that seemed like it was actually going up a level where it should not be going. Because we should only be testing things within this directory. So let me just check that real quick. Go test. Well, thanks for stopping by to say hello. Actually, we're going to go by example. Okay. Benchmarks, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Go. Test-V. Go test. All right, let's try this again. How do I go test recursively? I mean, maybe I do need to be in the directory. Hey, look, it's Matt! Back in 2013. Shout out to Matt. He's one of the Golang legends. You can go test recursively. Ah, it's ./.. Okay. Pardon me. No tests to run. Not true. Alright, again, forgive me because I'm a little rusty. I thought it was test main. I probably still need to do, sorry. I probably still need to do, so we have test main, and that does our, so we can do test table driven here, and then that's going to be test type T. So this is if we needed to do any setup. But we can't actually run the test inside of it. That's the thing. So T. And then this would be, let's see. That's all I want to do right now. Okay, and I forget. So it silences logs, as you can see. But I actually want the log output. Maybe if I do test-V. I don't remember what it is. You have to do something to get the output. Okay, it looks like, I don't know. Oh, it did show it here. It did show it there. Okay, great. There we go. Okay, so now we just need to build out the test to actually test the stuff. And I'm sorry, this is all boring boilerplate, and then we've got more boring boilerplate to do later. But this is going to start to get interesting as soon as I get the test stuff in place. And Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a slow start because, like I said, it's the first time I've touched Go in months. So, despite the fact that I am applying for a super senior, very Golang engineering position, which I am well qualified for, that's not what I've been doing recently. That specifically Go. And the syntax, the concepts and everything are all there. It's just the little bits of syntax it generally takes me a couple hours to get into it, right? So if I do this and then I was working in Go the rest of the week, it'd be really snappy. It's kind of like visiting a foreign country again, after you live there for a few years, and the first couple days you're kind of struggling to remember what the word for fork is, and then by the end of the week you're native again. I assume that's how it happens. It worked for English. Okay, so now we need to actually test the test. So we've got the test. We need to do find test dot endpoints, and then we're going to get endpoint notes. And then we could maybe break this out into its own function, but it's probably going to be just fine here. And then of the endpoint notes, we're going to expect that test.endpoint notes is equivalent to, so if then t dot, is it fail or fatal? Okay. We could go more granular on this, actually. Let's say dot start, and let's just get it down to notes, maybe. Yeah. And then I think what I want is Q does not match start Q does not match expected Q. And then maybe I could just rename this to be expected. Call that expectations. Well, maybe I should use the conventional name, which I think that is correct for. Okay, let me check chat again. All right. Yes. It was the dot slash I was missing. I would have done it by now if I was using ChatGPT. Go ahead. Yeah, I mean it can shave you some time on stuff that's really well known syntactically, and I'm not prevented from doing that. I mean, they said use any resources you want, essentially, which, I could phone a friend. Okay, cannot initialize one variable with two values. What am I doing wrong here? Let me go back over here. Oh, right. So if error is not equal nil, then t dot fatal error, I think is what it is. Is it t dot fail or t dot fatal? Oh, so okay, here we go. So I'm just going to get some tests in place. So start or end. And then I'm going to do something else kind of fun here. We're going to do if warnings. Oh, and this should be end, of course. And then and I think we can compare arrays or slices rather in Go. I think that when you just compare things that are object-ish, it compares their values recursively as long as you didn't make it a pointer type. Okay, warnings. But we can certainly just use join on this and that would work. Okay, what was it saying? Yeah, okay, can't compare the slice. But I think we can compare simple objects. Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm AJ. Okay, so let's see. Warnings, we're going to do strings.join. And I might try to pull out some of the conventions as something else later. All right, we could use, you know what we could use? Vertical tab. Nobody's using vertical tab. No one. You find me a person who even know that vertical tab exists. That's how we're going to do this one. Yeah. Vertical tab, baby. Guaranteed to not exist in your messages. Vertical tab. No one expects the vertical tab acquisition. You know you love it. I'll call it VTab because VT is just a little too obnoxious. All right. I need vertical tab in my life. No, you do not. Okay. So there we go. Now we've got our test set up. And I think this time maybe it will just fail because... So you go start, end, warnings, error. So we're accounting for all the major things. It needs to have the same start, the same end, and the same warnings. And then we'll define warnings. I think we'll just define them as strings that we export. As like a warn. I forget how we do. I think the convention, which generally warnings are frowned upon, but I'm going to go with them anyway. Because I want to give back the most data possible to the service. All right. Hold on just one second. Okay. All right, so here we go. We're going to run the tests. Fail! Yay! Start blank does not match expected SLC. Woo! All right, so red-green refactor is the way. That is the way. So now we're going to do a couple of things here. So first, if, let's see, endpoints, endpoint. So if 0 is length of endpoints, then we return thump.error and then we're going to have len endpoints. Oh. Okay. Empty cannot calculate path. No empty should be a set. All right, so first thing we're going to get out of the way is, oh, whoops, triple equals. See that JavaScript creeping in? It's creeping in. All right, we can just use error here. All right, why is it upset with me? Because I'm going to say nil. Oh, I can't return nil. Okay, we're going to make it return. Whoops. Well, no, I don't want to make it any more complicated. This is fine. In this particular case, I'm going to have an implicit return here. No, I'm not. Implicit returns are a bad idea. They've always been a bad idea. Don't do them. No implicit returns. Wait, is it not thump.error? Is it error F? Error F? Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's the first thing. Great. Now, is there any other condition? You know what? I'm gonna put if length. We'll do this. You know, what do we? Point len is equal to this. I'm gonna do this. All right. So if 0 is point len, you can't calculate path. Endpoint set is empty. If point len is greater than 20, 20 plus what do we call it? Hops? What would we call it when you when you zigzag between different destinations, nodes, endpoints? Now you're just being silly. All right, and I probably would want to put some developer error stuff here and yada yada, but we're going to do this. Oh, whoops. Oh, you're not supposed to end with punctuation. %, pure. Whoops. I guess that would be a %. Get out of town. There we go. Just because if this were a real service, I actually would want to have some sort of cap on the listing of things, because you're not going to have millions. Okay. I need vertical tab in my life. That's the last chat. Okay. All right, so here we go. And I'm not actually going to have a test for this. No. It's over 9,000. There we go. I've just put that in there for funsies. Okay. And then the next thing that we need to handle is we're going to have to go through these. Well, actually, first, we need to declare our errors. So var, I think we have to do it with var, right? Error empty set. And this is going to be error empty set. And I don't remember exactly how we do it. Is returned when there are too few endpoint pairs to calculate. All right. And I think there is a way to both have a type defined, an error type defined, I think it's through subtyping, and be able to have our error over 9,000. Okay. Wait, we could say that's the carbon emissions are over 9,000. There we go. Greenpeace all the way. Okay, so now we can actually test against those. This one doesn't need to be exported, but whatever. Okay, and then the next piece is we're going to range over our endpoints now. So for points, range, endpoints. And I'm actually going to do it this way because, whoops. Wait, is it I? We'll have to see here. Okay, static check fail. No, everything's good. Okay. It is I. It's KV, yeah. Because the other way you do it is like this. But I have a reason why I do it this way. You know, and I'll actually link to that. I think I have a blog post called Golang Sins. Yeah. Here it is. There are cases where you would want to do it the other way. Yi. There are reasons that you'd want to do that. It has to do with performance. So in the loop, if you do it with the endpoint, which we don't really care about that in this case, and let me see, do I mention the performance thing here? Performance, yeah. The counterpoint right here. It's possible that in very specific so this is the thing. When you do this type of loop in Go, the memory reference is retained within the loop. So every single time you go through the loop, you get the same exact memory reference when you use a range of a value. The problem with that is that if you were doing what you normally do in loops with just some sort of filter operation or maybe a map operation, or you're doing something to manipulate data in terms of the quality of its listiness, right? So a lot of times what will happen is you'll end up copying that same reference 10 times over in the loop. This is similar to the JavaScript set timeout loop problem. You'll end up copying that same reference over and over again. But it is more performant because the memory is already allocated in the same place every time. So the counterpoint is that there is a case where you actually do have a critical memory profile or performance target you're trying to hit. Then you would want to use the indexing. You would want to use the reuse of the reference, because when you do it this way, this results in a different memory reference every time. So point, every iteration of the loop, point can be a different memory reference. Whereas if you do it, if I were to do this instead, if I were to do like this, then point would be the same memory reference. And so my rule of thumb is follow the rules unless you need the exception, and we don't need the exception. Okay. So there's endpoint. Okay, and then we're going to need a whole bunch of stuff. So this is where it gets fun right now. We need to track what nodes have been visited. We need to worry about the whole graph structure, right? Well, I was thinking about it, and really all we need is counters, because we don't actually need to traverse the graph. We don't need to build the graph and traverse it. We just need to know, is there one entry and one exit, and all nodes visited in between exactly once? Because if they're visited more than once, then it's a loop, right? So there's a very simple way that we can do that, which is that we have heads, which is going to be a map of string, and then we can have tails, which is again a map of strings, and then we can have visits, which is going to be a little bit different. Whoops. Did I get this wrong? It's map string, right? Or oh crap, I'm forgetting my syntax. Hold on. I'm gonna go by example real quick. Go map. Golang. Yeah, maps. Oh, it was /maps, not /map. Okay, make map string. Oh, duh. Key and value. Right. So string. Wait, hold on. No. Array. Hold on. No, it's just it's actually a string struct. Well, we'll do bool. The empty struct takes up no space, so it's actually more efficient than a Boolean. And then with the visits, what we need is This one's a little bit different because we're going to have, I'm going to make a type for this, but we're going to need a start is going to be an int. End is going to be an int. And then just for funsies, we're not actually going to use it, but for funsies, we're going to do previous is going to be an array of strings, which actually might make that map string, map string struct. And then next. So we're actually not going to use these. Oh, and I just get rid of the, I forget when we have to put the commas and when we don't. All right. So now I don't recall what the benefit is of doing make. This, I think, is actually a little bit more clear as far as legibility goes, so I'm going to go with make. Except here. Here it's not more legible, but that's because that needs to be a type. But I do like we can have inline types and go and kind of just deal with it later. So for every point, I've thought about how we can do this. So basically we need to count up if it's a head, we need to count down if it's a destination, and if it is 0, then we delete it from heads, and if otherwise, so if the difference, if one is greater than the other, it goes into heads, otherwise it gets deleted from heads. If one is greater than the other, it goes into tails, otherwise it's deleted from tails. So this way, we're constantly keeping track of our head and our tail, and then we're keeping track of the count of the visits, how many times it's a start and how many times it's an end. And what we should end up with is everything is one start and one end. Hold on. Everything is used as a start once and an end once, except that the very start will only be used as a start once, and the very end will only be used as an end once and never a start. So you want a set, right? A set in what way? So this will become more apparent as I actually do it, because like I said, I was already kind of thinking through it. But we are going to go ahead and say, all right, so for every endpoint, there's a point. And you know, one thing that is nice that we can do with a type alias that we can't do, let's see, I don't think I can do this the way that I want to. I was going to add a start function and an end function. But no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to, okay. So, all right, we have a few more problems that we can encounter. So first, if the endpoints, so if 0 is equal to len, so let's say okay, let's see here. I gotta remember how to do types of errors. I might have to go look in some code to see this. Trying to remember. I remember the %W. That's when we want to wrap another error. But what is it when we want to have the type of the error defined, but we want to be able to have a different instance of the error? Like when we want to have our own string in the error, but we still want you to be able to check that the type is the same. I forget what that is. But anyway, so we're going to have point len. So if point len is 0, then we're going to just return all the way back up notes and error, well, fump dot error f. So each endpoint must have 2 entries, start, end. Not, and then let's see, how do I want to do this? I think this is correct, but it's griping at me. Let's make this a little easier to read. Okay, why is it griping? Oh, whoops. Okay. So we got that. That's how you make sets in Golang? Talking about map? Yeah. Yeah. I think I'd gotten there before you had put that comment, but yeah. I know. It's kind of weird though. I often use a bool instead because a bool is more clear. It just, because it doesn't empty struct doesn't communicate anything, and so you have to be a little bit more expert of a Go developer in order to know what that means. That's not something that you're just going to come across. The novice person is going to put a bool there, and there's not really a lot of downside to using a bool. You allocate 1 extra byte, right? Or maybe it's 2 extra bytes, because I don't actually know exactly how the internal data structure representation is, so I could see that it could be 2 extra bytes, no, it should only just be 1 extra byte. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. Okay, so so actually what I want is, if it's not 2. Okay, and then, so we have start is going to be 0.0, end is going to be 0.1. And so we're going to say, visits, and this is, I need to retype that. This actually needs to be an array, right? No, it doesn't need to be an array. Let's call it start count and end count. So let's see here. Isn't there a way to pull out? So I'm not allowing for a nil here. So if I'm not mistaken, because I'm not allowing for a pointer, this has to come back with an empty if nothing else. So okay, so we have visit dot start count plus equals 1. And then we can have an end visit. And let me think. Oh, there's one condition I hadn't thought about for my tests. And that is that we need to have, let's see, whoops, where was was it an assets test? This would be bad. This is a particular type of loop that we can never get out of. And I don't know if we would detect it under normal circumstances. Let's see. Because you could have that loop without having a break. But it doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to make a special case for that because it literally... It doesn't matter. I don't care if a person flies out of Salt Lake City and then back into Salt Lake City. It doesn't make any sense, but I don't care. Let's see. Okay, no, let's get back out of the test and go back to the Wayfinder here. Okay. So this is what I'm doing, which I will explain more thoroughly momentarily. Okay. So what I thought about is what we need is we know that the path is complete if everything except for the head and the tail have let me grab my thoughts. We know that the path is complete is if everything but the head and the tail come out to 0 in the end, with the possible exception of a loop. No, even in that case, it still works out. But if there's a loop, so we could have a case, there's a couple things that could happen. One, we can't just count up when it's used as a head and then count down when it's used as a tail because things are going to be out of order. So it could be we can't use a Boolean to just say, yeah, it's a head, and then mark it false when we find the tail, because things could go out of order. So we could end up in a condition where we marked it true and then we marked it false, but it actually should have stayed true. Is that? I can't think of what I'm trying to say exactly right now. But anyway, so we can't just use a Boolean value in a set to keep track of these things. We also can't just use a a counter that goes up and down, because we could end up with a 1 indicating that it's either a head or a tail, when actually it's gone up twice and down 1, which would indicate that there's a loop. So that's why there's this counter here, is to prevent loops, to detect loops and ignore ones that work. Okay, so, and we can say if start visit dot start count is greater than we kind of have 3 conditions here. Is it called delete? Hold on. Let me think about this. It can't be 0, 0. And we actually need to do this after. No, we can do this here. So we can delete heads start, and we can delete tails start. And if the start count is greater, then we can delete tails start. Whoops. And if the end count is greater, then we can delete the heads. So let me think about this for a second. Is it called delete or is it called del? I don't remember. Is it remove? Hold on. Golang remove from map. Oh, it's delete as a function. Okay. That makes more sense. It's easier to do the implementation of this than it is to explain it. But I'm going to try to explain it because that's important. I disagree. I don't like doing that. I'm going to do it to appease the linter, but I don't believe in using ++ because we're not doing reference counting, so, or we're not counting the size of the thing. Okay. So here's what we're doing. Is we're saying if we encounter something as a start, then we increase the number of times it's been used as a start. And if the number of times that it's been used as a start and the number of times it's been used as an end are the same, then that means that it is neither a primary start, a head, neither is it a final destination. It's not a tail. If the number of times it's been used as a start is more than the times that it's been used as an end, that means that it could be, let's see, I think I need to do it this way. Okay. Yeah, so if the number of times it's used as a start is more than the number of times it's used as an end, then that means that it may be the very start. So we're going to count it in the heads as a possibility. And then, but we know that it can't be a tail. And then if the start visit, if the number of times that it's used as an end is more than the number of times that it's used as a beginning, then it may be the final tail. Yeah, so it's just, I mean, you could do the same thing like this. You could do var start equals, but colon equals is kind of nice. I like it. Now, this is something where I really need to have better comments. Like any comments. Okay. So this, I mean, this really needs a function, is what this needs. Okay, but if we were going to have that, then I would need to actually have a waypoint object that this find would be attached to, and it would keep track of these things. No. No. Waypoint package. Okay. Let me see if I can just declare a function here. Maybe I can make... I don't know. I think I could do this a better way. So we're going to do... I'm trying to remember... Okay. So we're going to need a type visit. Man, the namings of these are so bad. Boom. Heads, tails, visits. I'm going to take these three here. And we're going to have a... We're going to have an add start here. Okay, so Way has all of these things. I'm seriously gonna rename this stuff. It's so bad. We're gonna have our new, and it's going to return away. Whoops. So we're going to have way is equal to way. And then we're going to take these three here. And then we're going to make them all. There we go. Okay. All right, commas. Add start. Keeps track of a start. Add start updates the internal state for tracking start locations. It's an alternative to it's just a way of initializing something. So I have a type and I want to make that type, and I don't really know why, but with most structs and types in Go, you generally just add brackets at the end, and that creates a thing of that type. But with maps, it seems more conventional to use make. And I think that part of the reason is that you can do this with lists too, or slices rather. But with a slice, you can actually add extra arguments to define the expected length of the slice so that it can allocate more memory ahead of time. I don't know. I don't know if there's any difference here. Okay, so add start way keeps track of endpoints. I am gonna struggle so hard to rename these things. The stuff's just so badly named. But again, I might do some of that off stream to match the specific assignment. We'll see. Maybe I'll try to get it on stream as well. Okay, so visit is state for any given point. Might just call it point state or something. I think that's what I need to do. This needs to be renamed to, well, it's not a point. It's a set of endpoints. It's I might just go back and use standard graph terminology like edge and node. I think I might do that. Because it's just, I think that terminology, I hate using it because it's generic, but I think it describes, this is what the problem is. Okay. So now, okay, let's say that instead of all this, I'm just doing way.new. Okay, and then here, I'm going to do way.add start. Oh, and we need, is it WA? There we go. That's just way. There we go. Okay. Add start tracks how many times we've used this as a starting point, which should only be one. And whether or not it's a possible primary starting point. There we go. That's, now that I've split it into a function, the words flow so much better as to what we're doing here. And I am just going to start changing. As a source node. Yeah. Final destination point. Oops. Final primary. All right, here we go. And this needs to be called add end. Okay, now that it's split into a function, one of the benefits of it is that it's just a lot easier to talk about. So we have, whoops, start is a string, and then we have here end as a string. But something's majorly wrong. And that is the, whoops. Okay. Good. Now we've got all this state that we're keeping track of. It's actually taking longer to code than I thought. That's fine. I'm always a little bit over optimistic about how long something's going to take. That's just the human condition, I think. Oh, yeah. It wants me to... Okay. I really don't like that rule. Static check. I'm going to see Golang static check disable ++. Disable rule. Golang static check list of rules. And while I'm at it, if I just look at one of my recent Golang projects, which I think the most recent ones are here. If we could say language is Go. It might be in git deploy. It might be in Telebit. Let's see. We should have a static check.conf. Yeah. ST1017 is probably, whoops. Oh, Yoda conditions. Okay. Let's see what it says in the error message when I do this. Go lint should replace. Let's see. I don't know how I'm going to search for that. And it may not have any options. I think this is actually the one I'm running. Whatever. I'm not going to deal with it. We're just going to let it go. I'll do what it wants. Plus, in Go, you're protected from using it incorrectly anyway, so... I don't know. I don't like it, but we'll go with it. Okay. So let's make sure that... Because these look very similar. The difference is just the direction we do these in. So let's just check this real quick. So if we encounter a start node, then we want to grab the visits for that node, and we want to increment how many times it's been used as a start node. If the number of times it's been used as a start node after our calculation and the number of times it's been used as an end node are the same, 1 and 1, that means that it's neither a head nor a tail. So we delete it as a possibility. It's probably not even there, but we're going to delete it anyway. It's not going to break anything. And then we could just do return. There we go. And I could even, do I want to do it this way? Yeah, I do. There we go. I'm actually going to change this around because that's kind of the default position. Whoops, there we go. So, and this is easier to read. Okay, so if it's been used as a start more, meaning 1 versus 0, then it could be a head. So we're going to mark it there. It could not be a tail. So we're going to delete it from there, whether it's there or not. This is just a safety delete. And then I actually, for readability, I am actually going to, no, I'm not. Should I swap these? Should I not swap them? I'll leave them. I'll leave it as it is. But if it's been used as an end count more, because it can't go negative on the start count, then it could be a tail, but it can't be a head. And if neither of those conditions are met, that means that the count is the same, which it can't be 0, so it's not a head or a tail. That's how that's being calculated as that. So I'm going to go back here, return. So much easier to read when we do it the proper way. There we go. And then this is the same thing, but it's just in reverse. So we're saying if we've seen it as an end, and then now we can actually get rid of this start visit and end visit. So I'm just going to replace start visit, now that we've got it scoped, with just visit. And this is really node stats, node state, I guess, is what I would call it. But we can get rid of end visit here too. And I'll probably change its name. Okay. Whoops. I accidentally kept my list up somehow. All right, so now that's good. Now it's easier to read. We got to get better names on things, but this is pretty easy to read, I think. And then we got add start, add end. Great. Okay. And then let's create another function. Must pair is what I'm going to call it. And it's going to take in edge, endpoint, and then it's going to say, we're just going to move this check to must pair. And then if air not equal nil. So we're going to say must pair this edge. I'm not going to call it a point. I'm going to call it an edge because it's not a point. So I'm going to change all the terminology. We're just going to use generic graph terminology is what we're going to do. Oh, actually, this is not, sorry, must. Must is when we panic. We shouldn't use the term must here because we're not going to panic. I forget what we call it when we don't do must. I forget the convention. I'm going to see if this is just available online. Golang must convention. Okay, compile, must compile. We'll call it validate. I would make Edge a true type, but the problem is I want to be able to use it with JSON. Okay, and then we're just going to call this in. There we go. And then let's make... code's beginning to get so much easier to read. Look at us go. Let's go. I don't get the whole let's go thing. People say that all the time, and the context just never quite makes sense to me. Well, error if there are not exactly 2 nodes in the slice. Okay. Wait, I'm a little confused. Oh, because we got start. Wait, where'd point go? Oh, now it's called edge. Got it. That's why. Okay, so point is just edge. And hopefully I'm not entirely wrong about my algorithm, because then, well, that would suck. I'm doing this based on the belief that I've got the right tool for the job. So at the end, after we've done all of this, then so we can get head and get tail, and this would be and then there was actually one other condition that I wanted to check. Which is that when we add start, okay, let me think about this. So I want to be able to detect a loop without it being an error. To say it's okay if there's a loop as long as the loop resolves, as long as there is a valid resolution to the loop. Music's really, really low. Hold on. This song is just low. It's not the music itself is low. But... all right. So... do we have a proper term for a start node? Okay, so get head. Get tail. And this can be string and an error. Get head will return the single primary start node or an error. get tail will return the single final end node or an error. So len if n is greater than 1, return funct.errorf. Expected. Well, actually, what we need to do is we need to get this into a list of keys. Golang keys of a map. I think that we have to iterate in order to do that. I don't think that there's a built-in for that. Yeah, it's just... Yep. Oh, I like this one. That's good. Let's see. Meh. Yeah, this is good. This is the best. This is the best one. So this one allocates and uses append. So this is what we got. Heads is a map. Whoops, no. There we go. Append. Wait, why is this griping? Oh, whoops. There we go. So here's a proper use of make with a slice, where we're saying we want a slice and we want the counter position in the slice to be at 0, but we want the size of the slice, the capacity of the slice, to be this much. So when you ask for the length of the slice, it's going to tell you 0. It's filled up to nothing. There's none of it is filled. But if you ask for the capacity of the slice, it will tell you that it's whatever the length of heads are. Okay, so head count, love it. Okay. If not, this is not possible, but we're going to put it in here anyway. Because we've already done this check elsewhere. So if 0 is head count, then we're going to return funct.errorf. Impossible error. There are no starting nodes. There we go. And then here, let's just do this check first. If 1 is equal to the head count, then just return. Well, wait, I guess we need to do this. We're gonna optimize for the case where we're winners. So we'll say, most of the time everything's gonna be right. And here's an impossible condition. Yeah. So this is what we'll do. If head count So I guess we could do this if head count is 1. So if head count is greater than 1, then we can return an error that is simply error non-deterministic error start. Dang it. I'm going to have to look this up real quick. Golang subclass error. So we've been going for almost 3 hours now, and I haven't done any of the actual testing yet. I'm just writing stuff. I told you I'm slow at this algorithmic stuff. Even when I've thought about it already. I even kind of had it figured out what I was going to do, and then I'm just putting it in code, and it's like, we still have some more to do with the server. I want to put in just some basic niceties. I want to make sure the documentation's nice. So. Let's see. Oh, it's just like this. Duh. Right, I remember this now. I'm not going to call it find. I'm going to call it resolve. Okay. So type error start. Let's see. Hey, what's up? Dubs. Yeah, thanks. Welcome. Welcome back. Huzzah! Indeed. Okay, so this is how we do our custom error type. So error multiple starts returned when there's more than one possible start. And then we'll have the same thing for multiple ends. Let's see. Oh, and then multiple ends. Alrighty. Get will return the single final end node or an error. Alright, so here we are with get head, and we will have error is error multiple starts. And then we'll just put the message in here. Fump.sprint f. Whoops. I'm going to do this one here. I'll return error. And then I actually do want to have, we've got heads, so we'll just do a join. Strings, whoops, dot join on heads. And we'll just separate it by a comma this time. Start node could be any of, and then we'll just quote that. I like to put quotes around things. I didn't mention this earlier, but I've talked about it when I talk about JavaScript. I like to make sure that any error messages are quoted so that when you go to search for the body of the error message, you know, when you're searching through code, you know whether or not you are searching for something that is variable. Because sometimes you have an error that has a message and it has a message inside of it and you search for it and it's not in the package you think it is, it's in another package, yada yada blah, or it's completely computed. It's saying error, start value must be greater than 5. But in the actual error, start is not something literal, it's something that's template. Because it might say start, end, middle, and then the number 5 might be similar. So generally speaking, I think you kind of know a number might be a template value, but it's really important to me that error messages have quotes for things that are variables so that it's just more clear. Okay, what is this complaining about? I don't have a comma at the end. How did I know? One operation per line. All right, why is it complaining about this? What am I doing wrong? It's a type, it's a struct. Good. It has an error on it. That's all it needs in order to conform to the error interface. So why is this griping at me? Oh, does it need to be a pointer? It needs to be a pointer. That makes sense. All right, then we're going to have something really similar here with the tails. I mean, I guess we could... I'm fine with just having multiple. I know that we could trim this down, but it's going to be all right. So we're just going to replace here head with tail and tails, tail count, tails, tail, and then multiple ends. All right, line 79. What did I do on line 79? All right. Okay. If tail error not equal nil and head error not equal nil, then fumped error f multiple errors. We're gonna put a %w for head error, and then a %s for tail error. So multiple errors is going to be considered a head error in terms of its typing. Maybe to make that simpler, maybe I should just have multiple. Let me go check this out real quick. Let me think about this. I could just put and then say start. And then that would make more sense, actually. I'll go with that. So we'll go %Q on this one. Dang it, if I could find my percent sign with my finger. There it is. And then we can just do, instead of multiple starts, we can do multiple nodes. Then we don't need that. That was kind of superfluous. And we could kind of do the same thing with the add start and add end, but it'd be more complicated. So there's a difference between simple, complex, and complicated. And complicated is when you try to take things that are similar. This is how you get complicated code. You see something similar and you think, I bet there's an abstraction for that, and then it becomes complicated. Complex is like an algorithm. It's complexity that you can't avoid. But complication is when it's typically because you're trying to abstract something. You're trying to say, oh, these two things are similar. I could, and then you end up blowing the thing up. So a little copying is better than a little dependency. Goes back to that. Okay, so head, tail, declared but not used. So notes.start equals head. Notes.end equals tail. And I might just change this to be named head and tail. And then we could do I'd actually like to encapsulate all of this error handling. Well, I guess all I needed to do actually was just put an extra little doo-doo loop. There we go. Now that's all encapsulated. Okay. Okay, get head. Get tail. Oh. There we go. Okay, so the next question is, and I'm going to have to take a pee break here in just a minute. I haven't even had my Mountain Dew. Look, it's just sitting here getting warm. Isn't that a crying shame? A crying shame. But I suspect we don't need this anymore. Okay, this is feeling a lot better. But I do want to be able to report if there are loops. And the way that we know that there's a loop see, is if we have multiple starts, we know there's a loop. Yeah, waste not. Well, especially waste not a cold drop. You know, I mean, this was cold. I'm going to go put it outside in the snow real quick. Hold on. Okay, now it's out cooling again in the snow, as it should be. May the gods forgive me. Alright, where was I at? Oh, with that add start. I wanted to be able to track. Here we go. Actually, I think I didn't ever use that next in previous. Okay. Undeclared name fine. Oh, wait. It's griping about the tests. Let me go fix this in the test. So it's no longer called fine, now it's called resolve. And we're gonna clean this up. We're gonna test it a little bit, and then we're gonna clean it up. I hope to heavens that my algorithm is correct, because I spent so much time designing this thing on the basis that it is correct, and it kind of, I don't know. I mean, there's some basic checks that I could unit test, but I like to write the whole thing and then unit test it, but this could have been a mistake. It could cost me hours. But I mean, there's no, the worst that happens is I shame myself. I say, yeah, you know, you say on average it takes people 3 to 4 hours. It took me 6. Whatever. I mean, meh. I know I have a lot in my head that is worth a lot. It's got a lot of value, but it doesn't always come out with the greatest speed, you know? It's like the big giant can't run real fast. The T-Rex could only go 25 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? It's just, sometimes that's the way it is. I'm more interested in trying to do a good job that solves this. I wanted to solve it in a single loop, and I've done that. I've taking the approach of just building up the linked list probably would have been faster at this point, or maybe not, because I think if I wanted to build a linked list, I'd kind of want to build it off of this. Anyway, what am I doing? I'm looking for this thing right here, and what I want to add is loops start equals struct. All right, and then of course we don't have loops. Let me go find this real quick. Loops. There we go. Oh wait, and did I copy this correctly or falsely? I think this is wrong. I think I need to swappy do these. Actually, technically I don't have to swappy do them. They're right as is. If the start count is greater than the end... No. Okay, I have to think about this. Hold on. Because these are subtly different. Ah, yes. Yes. I see why. Okay, because I'm only incrementing the end count. So I think I have a subtle bug that I need to fix. Which is after we've counted both is when we need to do Or is it? Hold on, let me think about this for a second. Oh, I think I reversed the conditions. I reversed this. Okay, so if the end count is greater than the start count, so end count is now 1, is this a possible tail? Yes, it is. Is it a possible head? Then, no, it's not. Okay, if the start count is greater, the start count is 1, the end count can't be 0. Okay, yeah, I think this still holds true. Why is it telling me static check failed? Okay, so, get head, get tail. Wonder, could I make this a little bit? I might be able to slim this down. Okay, I think I am going to slim this down. And I'm going to take the list. And I'm going to take the type name. I'm just going to see if this will work, because this will actually make it a little bit cleaner, I think. %Q, type name. And then we could just say count. It doesn't need to be head. And this would be type name. And the other way is more optimal in terms of efficiency, but you don't need to worry about efficiency when you're looking at errors. Simplicity is the name of the game. Okay, this alone just makes this way more cleaner. I don't know why I didn't do that before. That's way more cleaner. Way cleaner? It's way cleaner. Way more clean. Okay. Or this would be set, I guess. Okay, there's that. Yeah, so if we refactor this, I actually like the way this turned out. This is turning out. So we can just do get count and the length of the set. And then we could get, yeah, we can set it to the count. And then actually we can just do n. That's, yeah, now. And then this is now list. And now this is set. And so this is end, list, list, end. N. Coolly. So I could just say then return get end w dot heads and start, right? And then I could do the same thing here, but tails and end. Okay, I like that. That's a worthwhile abstraction. Whoops, I didn't mean to quit out of there though. Okay. So what do I need to do here? I've got all my different error types. Got my endpoints. Going through them. Oh yeah. I wanted to do a get loop. So this is going to be get loops. Loops end, loop start. So this one, these two, they're very similar as well, but they're different enough that I don't want to try to combine them, because then you'd have to pass in, you know, a head list and a tail list, and then you change the order that they're deleted in and stuff, and it's just, I don't want to do it for the visit. Let's see. I mean, I guess you could think about it. Aren't these exactly the same? Yeah, they are. But like I said, it's just more clear. I prefer it this way. It's easier to read. This one, the get head, get tail, that they're very, very identical. There's not a lot of nuance in the logic or the, you know, in the thinking of it. It's just, hey, of this set, is there 1, 0, or is there 1, more than 1, or 0? So it's not the same type of issue. Okay, so w.loops, I will just do this. w.loops range w.loops append list return loops. This is actually ends, or I guess this would be nodes. That'd be the better way to put it. Node, nodes, append to nodes a node. Okay. Emails, teams, tickets, help desk life. Yep. How close are we to finishing? Oh, sorry, I missed some comments here. Stone, man, it's got to be crazy, but I envy you. Florida stinks. Been here forever. Always wanted to live where it snows. Well, come on down, man. I got 2 4-wheelers. We could go riding together, bro. It'll be a good time. How close are we to finishing? Well, I'm going to test this, and then we'll know. So, yeah, and I probably will spend a little bit more time, at least an hour. So I'm going to be a little bit above their average of the time it takes people who pass to finish. Because we still got to add this boilerplate in for parse JSON, whatever. That's not a big deal. And then I want to spend some time on documentation and whatnot. So anyway, here we have the get end. Yeah. Downers also want to live where it snows. Yeah, slowly. Well, you know, we have horses. We don't have horses. We can see horses, is what I mean to say. We could see horses from our yard. Anyway, so that's cool. And my wife, I was going to say my wife never wanted that kind of life, but here we are. So the goodness grew on her. Okay, I actually have to keep in mind that I have to be done with this at a certain time. I hate that. That always gives me a feeling of anxiety and makes me perform worse. But whatever. I'll get it done in time. I won't get it done in time. I think I'll get it done in time. I started a little later than I should have. I wasn't really thinking right. Okay, anyway. So get loops is just going to have loops. And then notes dot warnings equals append warn. Warnings are just strings, right? Yeah. Okay. Say string and bool. So this is kind of a pattern that you see from time to time. And it shouldn't be okay. It should be something like has or exists or whatever. But whatever. Let's just do no. Well, because we already have the len in there, and that's why I thought. Anyway, so we'll do warn fump dot sprint f, and then this will just be the following nodes are included in a loop. Don't think I've ever seen anything but okay in this usage. Well, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Right, because if you're doing error, then it's error not equal nil, or error equal nil, I guess, but that's less common. I wanted to add a flag for case insensitivity and some other fun stuff like that, but I think we're not going to do it. Strings dot to upper. Strings dot to upper. All right, cool. So this is basically it. Now we need to check to see if this passes some tests, and then we need to put it in a web server where we're basically... It's pretty boilerplate to put in a web server. I probably won't do much for that because most of my time was spent here, which this... In my head, this was going to take less time because I thought it out, and I mean, we basically did what I thought to do. There's a little bit of time getting back up to speed on the Go syntax, but now I feel like I'm in it again. I don't know. It's kind of makes me feel a little bit depressed inside, but things always just take longer, you know. Anyway, let's see. So let's go ahead and run some tests and pray to the heavens that they pass, because if not, I'm screwed. I mean, there might be a little tiny thing here or there I can figure out, but oops, node. See that? Did you see that? Yay, it passes the first test. That's awesome. Okay, now let's go add some more. All right, so I was going to look at assets tests. And I wasted a little bit of time doing that, getting the list of... I was thinking bigger in my head. I should have not even bothered getting the list because I can grab 10 airports here. But that was, I don't know, that wasn't that much time. Okay, looped and broken. So let's do something better. We're going to try... Okay, let's try to capture the errors, right? So... oh, and I need to figure out what the errors are. Error empty set. I'm not going to actually test the error over 9,000. Error multiple nodes. So this is error empty set. No, that one's nil. So let's just go with a couple of errors real quick. Simple errors. There we go. None. None. None-ish. Okay, so this is none. This is none-ish. This is 1. Okay, I need to remember what error this returns. Because I don't think that's error empty set. I think it's a different error. Error node count. We do this one right here. Error node count. Join edge. Oh, bother. Oh, you hear that? Intense music? Things are getting intense around here. I don't like it when things get intense. It makes me feel nervous. When I get nervous, I don't perform very well. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have looked at the clock. Even if something's hours away when I realize that a deadline is looming. Because I think I have to submit this by 5. So, I mean, I've got plenty of time. I don't have that much that needs to get done. I'm just doing some error checks here, and then I got to pop up a dinky web server that's just literally JSON parse and JSON stringify. That's not a big deal. Okay, anyway. Fump.error. Okay, so validate edge. Error node count. And then the message is fumped sprint f. Ah. Are we camping when everything is intense? Ah, that's correct. Vim does have autocomplete. I just don't typically use it. You've seen me use it once or twice. I just don't. It's usually more of a hassle. It gives more wrong suggestions than good suggestions. So unless the word is particularly long and really easy to select, I'm going to hit the tab character more times than I'm going to hit if I just type it out. So I tend to not use it. All right, what did I do? What did I do wrong? Oh. Okay. So here, error node count. And this is going to be error node count. And then this, so here we go. And then we're going to have one more node count issue. Okay. All right, so if test dot, was it error? I think I called it. We'll just do it this way for now. To do check exact type. All right, I'm expecting. What? Okay, good. So it passes the tests. So now, just to make sure that the tests are all running, because sometimes the tests don't run the way that you think they do or whatever, I'm going to adjust the test so that anytime there's an error, it fails. Good. Can't calculate path. Endpoint set is empty. This is good. So that lets us know that our... and I'm just going to put a note here. Well, where's my... see, enhancement, test, check exact error types. Right now we assume that if there's an error, it's the error we expect. Bad assumption. Probably would have taken me less time to just do that, but than to type that out. But then I have to Google it because I can't remember off the top of my head how it's done. So I'll put that for later because it's an unknown. All right, so far, so good in terms of simple errors. So let's go over some simple successes. Okay, 1. Two. So we should be able to test these both in regular order and reverse order. So we're going to say SLC to ORD to Richmond. And then that should still give us SLC and Richmond as our start and end. And then we should do another one that's, say, 3, random order. Oh, I probably should have given these names rather than comments. But oh well. And then if we pass these basic tests, then I'm not going to spend too much more time on it because I'm pretty confident with my logic, and I'd rather have a completed project that has a bug than an incomplete project. It's an insightful stream. I'm glad. Gonna learn how to write tests on my own time after this. Great. That's great. All right, so forward order, SLC ORD to Richmond, 3 random order. Okay, so I need to put something else in here. I'm trying to remember what was that other airport that I have. And I think I will just leave airport codes in here and just put a comment. I used airport codes rather than the set because I was streaming this and then I ran out of time to go back and change it. I think that'll be fine. I think it's more about the algorithmic process than the specific what you use. Okay. So then I need JFK. Okay, so let's say that ORD goes to JFK. So I'm going to start in Salt Lake. I'm going to go to Ohio. From Ohio, I'm going to go to JFK. And then from JFK, I'm going to go to Richmond. That's a really inefficient flight, but there we go. So middle, start, end right there. So what I'm expecting is that this should pass. I'm got my fingers crossed on that one. Fail. Uh-oh, that's not good. So now I actually do need a name for these. Let's do name string, and then I just need to convert these into like this. None. None-ish. E none. E none-ish. E1. Now I'm even more stressed out because I'm thinking about, oh no, it didn't work on the first try. Literally, I've got 3 hours here, so it's not that big of a deal. But just internally, I stress about those things, and that kills me. I have taken so much longer on things where I feel like there's a sense of pressure where there isn't. And there shouldn't be a sense of pressure for this because I'm at no loss if I don't. I mean, I only have something to gain, and yes, it would suck if I didn't gain it. Okay, so 1, 2, 2 reverse, 3. Okay, now what's it griping about? Reverse. Oh, whoops, there we go. That's my problem. All right, now let's figure out where did this test break. Oh, I need to, when I do t.fatal, dang it. There we go. And what do I need to have here? I need to have %s. Dang it, if I could get my %. I could never hit %. It's right there. There it is. %, and then test.comment. And then we could also put the I value here. Okay, so let's try this again. All right, so 119. Oh. Notes.start. So I may have just forgotten to update this. Get head, because this should throw an error if not nil, not nil, not nil, not nil, not nil. Okay, so let's check something else out. This may be an issue of log dot print line or fump dot print line. Test, no. Error. Ah, here we go. Okay, good. So that was just a case of an error. Yay! Everything passes! It's amazing! It's amazing! Wow! How did that happen? Woof! Whew! Okay. So, now we're going to add a loop. Let's go! It's working! It's working! All right, cool. That makes me feel a little bit better. So the problem, in case you didn't catch it because I didn't explain it, was just that I was testing that if there was an error, that there shouldn't be, that it threw an error. But it also, if there was an error and there should be, it was throwing the error that there should be. So now, if there's not an error, or if there is an error, but an error is expected, we expect an error. We didn't expect an error. So this kind of thing, right? Pew. All right, so now for with a loop. So this should still pass, but we should get a warning. And the question is, how do we introduce the loop? I'm going to put these back in an order that's easier for me to think about, because we've already tested that they work in order and out of order. Okay, good. So how could I introduce a loop here? So we want to introduce a loop that is still solvable. So I'm going to say that I go from Salt Lake to Chicago, Chicago to New York, New York to Chicago, and then New York to Richmond. So technically, this one is we're not checking that the loop must complete because this is viewed as a set rather than a list, meaning that each item is only represented one time. So if it were not a set, then we would have to have something else like this to know that the loop actually got completed. But I'm just going to go with this because I like it. And I mean, we could just throw an error on that. It's fine. But I'm interested to see, does the loop work? If the loop doesn't work, okay, cool. Loop still works. That's pretty cool. All right, and then we should be able to do more complex errors. Okay, so here what we're going to have is for broken. So we can go from SLC to or to JFK, and then we're going to have from okay, and from here, I need the name of another airport. Didn't I have that in my list that I've saved? Nope. Where was that other one? Are there any other ones that I know? How about Atlanta? I think that's ATL, right? Yeah, let's go Atlanta. Wait, but I wanted two separate loops here, right? So Salt Lake to Chicago, Chicago to New York, and then Atlanta to JFK. So we have two starts. And then we need another one with multiple ends. Oh, whoops, and I need to add to my test. Do I have? I think I need to just start working on the other stuff now because I'm approaching 4 hours and I do want to complete this within 5. So I think that I will leave out some of the other more nuanced tests that I was going to do. Because like I said, I'd rather have slightly buggy code that's easy to test and easy to fix than incomplete code. What was I going to look at? Okay, so this would be the multi-node. Error multiple nodes. And if there's multiple starts, then I'm doing okay with the multiple ends. Let's just see if this works out. Hey, everything passes. Great. Okay, so now let's quickly pick a name for... so first of all, first thing we need to do, things pass. It is time to, if not commit, at least stage the commit. I do want to just change the names of some things real quick. So I think everywhere that I've called it endpoint, I would rather call it edge. Edge notes. All right. And what do we call... Okay, so edges makes sense. Let's make sure we rename that over here, and then that the tests still pass. And I think we need to rename edge notes and edge result, and then we'll be good. So I'm just going to run the tests again, make sure they still pass. Everything still passes. Excellent. So let's see. Edge notes is a it's not a path. What do you call it when you have you can reach one point from another point? It's a trip, maybe. I'm gonna change edge notes to trip, and I'm gonna change lowercase edge notes to lowercase trip. Oops. I'm going to change lowercase notes to trip. Okay. I'm going to change that in the test. And then I'm going to change uppercase. And what am I calling this? I'm going to change edge result to expectation. What do they... I don't think they give it a name when they generally do the table-driven test. They just do it in line, but I mean, we could do it in line here. I prefer not to. All right. So let's just make sure everything still passes. Oh, wait. Undefined variable. That's okay. That's in a different place that we don't care about right now. All right. So we got a trip. We got a get head. And I kind of want to change way to path, maybe. Or trail. Not initializes, but creates. Hold on. Okay, and then all of the W's need to be replaced with T's here. Not that one, but this one, and 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 that 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 one. All right, so now I'm going to run test again, and if this is still passing, I'm going to go ahead and add things again. All right, so we've got an edge, we've got a trip. I'm gonna do type node is equal to string. Node is just the string name of a node. Okay, and so then for documentation purposes, it's nice to be able to have these separate. All right, so the node is the fundamental unit. Then we've got the edge and we've got the trip. All right, fine. That's good. Actually going to bring error messages further up. So error messages go above everything else. Error types come first. All right. And then we're going to blaze through just getting some renaming done. So resolve. Resolve the trip info. Okay. All right, we need to put the Go doc up for this, except we can't have Go doc up for this, but I'll put the link there as if we could. All right, validate edge. Point count. Okay, so this can just be n, right? All right, then we got endpoints. Endpoint set, whoops. I'm going to get back to that one. Sure. Okay. Can we use edges here? So each edge must have exactly all right, so I think this is all good. Let's run that test again. If everything passes, let's call it good. All right, so we're calling this package Wayfinder whatever. let's see. All right, localhost 6060. And then we would need to go to github.com/coolaj6/Golang take home. All right, so we're just going to let godoc be our docs. So godoc, since this is private, you must run godoc yourself. Since this is private, docs are not on package.go.dev. There we go. And I don't think I needed any special flags for that. We're just running godoc the normal way. Hold on, let me go ahead and make sure godoc --HTTP. Actually, this is what we needed. This is what I had before. Okay, cool. So if I wanted to go look into router, nothing there. Wayfinder, good. Sweet. Okay, so that's how we do that. All right, test data. I'm actually just going to get rid of this. We're not going to use it. And then we're going to, let's see. So first thing I want to do right now with the README. So all we have is godoc. Okay, so install git clone, and then this is going to be I'm going to use the SSH URL. Normally what I would do is just put the documentation for doing a swap. If you'd like to use SSH keys, maybe I will just put it here. Get credentials cheat sheet. So where's that at? There we go, right here. Instead of, there we go. I think we want to do the opposite way, though. Yeah, we're going to do the opposite of this. So we're going to do usage, and we're basically going to do run go build, and then we're going to say, actually I think we can just say run go build command, I forget what it's called, router. Okay, we need to fix that real quick. All right, Wayfinder dot resolve, and this is now called what? Edge or trip? Oh, edge. There we go. Okay, so then if I run go build command router. There is a way to do this, I just can't remember it. Where all you have to do is give it the name. Ah, it's like it has to have the // in front. So let's get rid of the router, do the // It builds it. Good. That's what I needed. Go build. Okay. Okay, command. All right, so port 8080. Open HTTP localhost 8080. And then we actually do want to put that in there as well, just like that. Okay. The API will be available at all right. So we're closing up on 4 hours. We got plenty of time. We're into the realm of a simple server and documentation. I am going to go copy a project. Actually, I kind of need to take a B break. Dang it. Bio break. Bio breaks takes precedence right now. Well, no. We're gonna do the bare minimum, then we'll take bio break. We'll do one of the two. All right, let's see. Where's my BRB? Bio break. Taking a bio break. Yeah, I got to take a bio break. I'll be right back. I'll see you in just a few. Let me put this back up. I also need to grab something. Oops. Here, let's do this. See you in a few, chat. And we're back. Getting kind of hungry though. Probably gonna go for some Taco Bell after this. Anybody want to come with me? All right. Bathroom break is over. Good. And let's open a cool and refreshing Mountain Dew, my friends. Pop top. There it goes. Sip some Focus. Calm down with some caffeine, you know? I didn't have much of a breakfast, so I'm actually shaky from not having enough sugar. I'm feeling a little bit of stress. Sweet sound of a can opening. What's up? Oh, by the way, since we are at an intermission, welcome, Golf Naboo. I don't think I've seen you here before. Like, sub, follow if you want to. Oh, it's not in the chat right now, but it was, and it will be again. Let me just put it here real quick. Yeah, so like, sub, follow if you want to, because if you like what you like, you get more what you like. And then you can also join in the Discord if you'd like to. And creedsofcraftsmanship.com. I think that's this one. Check that out if you want to learn about software engineering principles. Okay. So, to prevent theft, I always like to have a link in here to itself so that when it gets cloned by the bots... Okay, did we already... Hold on. With this one... Okay, we still have not committed this. So, feet... Wayfinder can find the way. Alright. Okay. So things that I want to do... docs will be available at... So usage, and we should probably output whatever the help text is here, but I don't think I'm going to do help text. I think we're just going to build a server real quick. I'm going to copy from another one that I've done. Let's go back to the root company. And let's see. I think GoGetVer is a good one to copy from. Let's see what this one looks like. So, we've got a version.go there. I do want this to be valid for Go Releaser as well. Let me double check on what my... I don't need to double check on the time. I know that it's later. At bare minimum, it would be 3:30, but it wasn't actually sent to me when I requested, so... Which is just as well. I'd be freaking out so much. I wasn't thinking about it. About, you know, I get up late, you know, I take a lazy start, yada yada. Okay, GoGetVer, package main, args. Wait, what is this? Why is package? Huh? Dash package. This doesn't have my normal code in it. Oh, okay, this is a different thing. Is it? Where's the server at? Oh, wait, I'm doing git. Dang it. I was thinking I clicked on something entirely. I even said GoGetVer. I was thinking this was git deploy. There we go. Git deploy. What else? Serviceman, no. What's another web server that I've got? We'll take a peek at git deploy and just nab some code out of it. So... main.go, there we go. I love having a usage and a version and this stuff. I think that this is all up to snuff with Go Releaser. I'm not going to put the Go Releaser stuff in here, I don't think. I might do it after as a secondary part of the stream, but I'm not going to do it just for this. And I think I am going to call this thing Wayfinder rather than Router. Because, you know, it sounds cooler. And router means a lot of things. There we go. And I don't think I actually need this one. Oh, we don't need that. Okay, so this can all stay os.args. Yeah, all of this can go underneath of that. Oh, I'm not going to have subcommand help. So we're just going to have top level help here. Okay, cool. And then we need to have our argument parsing. So I think in this one, I parse the flags down below. Do we have flags in here? Flag. Run flags. Other flags. Port. Do we have port in here? I'm sure we have port in here. Certainly we do. All right. Run flags. Flag set. Where do I parse? Yeah. I think we'll just do general. Flag dot. Let's see. Port is equal to 8080. We'll listen on 0.0.0.0 8080 by default. Port to bind to and listen on. That's actually not grammatically correct, but we're going to go with it. All right. And then we're going to have our flag.parse. Oh, and I think this needs to be like that, yeah. Okay, cool. And then we're going to have our server. Where's our server at? Listen. I think, okay. HTTP server, handler, listen and serve. All this stuff is pretty common. Should I use chi? No, there's no real reason to use it, but will I? Yeah, I think I will. So I think we're going to have Wayfinder and Wayfinder API. And then let's go ahead and add some JSON parse in here real quick. Sorry, I have not been paying attention to chat. Let me check it out. Writing code for scraping flight data from a lot of airport and airline websites. Is that what you're doing? I want to have all this on one site. Is it legal? Yeah, of course it's legal. But if you, I mean, what would be, the flight data is public data, generally speaking. If you could possibly be getting something that isn't legal, or you could be getting something that lets someone know that you're scraping off of their site. For example, they might have a special airport code that doesn't really exist, that's not actually in the list of airport codes. And if they have a special airport code that only they use, then they would know that you scraped their database, and that would be against their terms of service potentially. But legal is, I mean, that's a really loaded term, because there's civil and there's criminal, and those are different things. You know, civil is just somebody asked you to do something and you didn't do it. You know, but it's not illegal, but they could sue you, you know? Yeah, the API is public, it shouldn't be. They use private API for their own website. There is no public API. I think that there is. I have a buddy who's in the airlines, and he told me that the data is public. Okay, you know what I need to do, though? I need to go to I have this on my cheat sheet. So if we go to Bliss and we sign in, and I go to Golang, or Go, uh-oh, where's Go? There's Git, there's, yes, uh-oh. Maybe I left it on gist.github.com. Maybe I haven't brought it over. I thought that I was using that now in, let's see, user, CoolAge86, go cheat. I have a Go cheat sheet. I am worried that I accidentally deleted it. I may have had a bug in the site that may have resulted in it being deleted. And that would make me so sad. Unless I could have put it... I could have put it on the website here. Node cheat sheet. Where the flip is my Go cheat sheet? I am so sad. I have somehow misplaced it. Maybe I should look for Golang. Wait, oh no. Go cheat sheet. Okay, here it is. Maybe? Okay, tools package, because I have my little... Alright. I thought I had a little copy paste. There we go, HTTP server. HTTP request, test server. That'd be cool to do. I don't think I'm going to do it. HTTP handler. Where's the JSON dot? Seriously? I thought I had this in my cheat sheet, but apparently I don't. Okay. Golang, JSON. No, just give me the Go doc. How about this? Go. Oh, I don't have it installed. Go JSON. No, I literally want the Go doc. Just, oh, fine. We'll use Go by example. That's close enough. All right, unmarshal. I don't want to do marshal and unmarshal. I want to do the reader. New encoder. There we go. So I'm going to go back to the web server one. All right, we're going to have our web server. Oh, and then, so funny thing. What is it? Icon or I2A or something like that. str conv dot I2A port, and then port stir, and then adder is going to be fumpt.sprintf 0.00 public. I should just have the listen address in full. I could copy that. Whatever. Port stir. Adder, there we go. Alright, but we need our handler. And I'm kind of torn between using Chi and just using the standard library. I think I'm just going to use the standard library. Okay, let's get rid of some of this stuff. Do I have the little example in here? HTTP server, but I don't have the example of the router. But I might in here. Nope. I've got the max byte reader. Okay, let's go back to... I'm just going to go to the Go package.go.dev. And let's look for HTTP. And then let's look for route. Serve mux. No, I don't want to serve mux. Handle func. Dang it. I don't really need a serve mux. I need a... Hold on. Let me look for listen and serve, because that's got... Disculpanos. Alright, what am I literally calling here? Handler. My handler. There we go. My handler is where? Okay. This one trips me up sometimes, as you can see. Alright, where's my go by example? I should just use Chi. There. It's probably going to give... Yeah, I don't like using it this way. So, is there something else that has a handle func? I think we can create a server, maybe? Is there a new server? Okay, new serve mux. Okay, so let's do this. Mux equals http dot new serve mux mux dot handle. We'll do it this way. And then it's reader writer, right? Oh no, I don't want to go to the source code. I just wanted to see. Okay, handler is. Oh. There's a way to do this. Hold on. Oh, I should just... I know I've got a project that I could pull up and just copy this from, but... There we go. This is what we need. Oops. All right, that's what we're going to do. Let's say if post, or I guess it would be if rec dot method is not equal to post, then return message see the docs at, I think we can do it this way. And then we need to have a post example in the docs. Oh. Ah, what happened? There we go. There we go. Okay, so now this handler comes first, and we're going to new decoder. Sorry. New decoder, new JSON decoder, and it's going to be rec.body. And then this is going to be a decoder. I think that's how we do it. Or is it? I have to go check again, actually. Hold on. Encodings JSON. Is that what it is? No. It's okay. JSON. Encoding JSON. Okay. New decoder reader. Okay, so I think r.body works for that. And then decode, and then we need to give it a struct with a type. And so the type needs to be, whoops, very simple. We just need to have path is wayfinder.edge. And then path. And then I think there's some other options that we can set here. Set escape, we don't need to worry about that. Buffered, decode, disallow, unknown fields, input offset, more token, use number. Okay. So here's a little JSON decoder. If error is not equal to nil, then we write back a message. Well, what we need to do then is we need to have a JSON encoder. And we take W, and then we encode we'll do, I'm just going to put this in line for now. It's not my usual style, but, you know, whatever. We're going to do error is string, whoops, string, and then we need to put the tags JSON, error, And then we'll do error dot, whoops. String. Right? And then, yeah, we need a comma there. Okay, what's it complaining about? Okay, fine. There it is. And technically, yeah, this should be an error too, I guess. So fine, we'll do this. No, I won't. It's just not worth it. Okay, docs. There we go. Oh, HTTP, duh. Handler func. Okay. Oh, and of course I need to transform this into bytes. All right, there we go. HTTP dot, HTTP dot. Oh, and then the same thing here. Do I just put handle func? Yeah. There we go. That's what I do. Just put handle func. And then here, we can't have success equals true. We actually have to have whatever the thing is. But we'll do that for now. Actually, this is not as clear as it was like this. Okay, so now we've got our handler. We've got an error. If we can't decode it, we send back an error with whatever error we got back. Then we use our good old wayfinder. .resolve. See what I'm saying? The auto type doesn't even work half the time. And then actually with the trip, I'm going to go ahead and go into our wayfinder, and where's our trip at? Let's go ahead and just JSON tag these. Start. End. Oh, and we do need to document this. So we're going to have a usage here. API curl localhost 8080 calculate -x post. Whoops, what did I spell that wrong for? Where was that coming from? And then we need to have -h content type post calculate. Not much to speak of. Content type is application JSON. And then I think that's all that we need. Raw data, I think, is what it's supposed to be. And this is actually going to be... Oh, you know what? I do kind of want to have that nested. So we're going to have path. And then trip is what we're going to get back. This is going to be JSON. And we're going to have start, end, and then I think I could have okay, that should be good enough. Let's see. We could just do example. Actually, I would prefer... So this actually should be... API should be 2, this should be 3, this should be 4. That's correct. So... input, the JSON body should be, this will, given a list of nodes, this will calculate the of connected nodes. This will calculate the start and end path or return an error. Some loops are acceptable as long don't go over 9,000. Hold on, let's get the over 9,000. Wait, this is the best one right there. Can I get that link? No! I want literally that image. That's the best one. I don't have a way to copy this image. There we go. Copy image address. That's what I wanted. Some loops are acceptable as long as they can resolve. All right, let's see here. What have I got? The output will contain the trip information. Like this. All right. The JSON body should be in the form of start end tuples, a set of start end tuples like this. The output will contain the trip information like this. All right, we're gonna zoom past this piece of music. All right. Or an error like this. Let's see, what were our errors looking like? There we go. Don't go over 9,000. All right. All right. So now I just need to get this thing to work exactly as I just documented it, and we're good to go. So in order to do that, I do need to define a type for trip response, which is going to have trip, which is going to be a wayfinder.trip, and then JSON trip. Oops, struct. There we go. Trip. I can just make that lowercase. No, it has to be uppercase, doesn't it? Okay. Actually, well, whatever. All right, so then we need the encoder. And then we encode trip response trip. All right, so this is not my best code ever, but I think this will run. Oh. And I prefer to call it R rather than Mux, because I just don't like the name Mux. And I'm going to put this in a separate function because I just don't like that. I like my main to be a bit more clean. I don't like to have a lot of setup nonsense in it. So we're going to call this init routes. I'm going to call it create routes. I'm going to call it new routes. And is there anything that we need to pass in related to those routes. Trip response, maybe. I'm going to put this down underneath. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. I would break this out and make it more better. So first of all, we're going to rename this to Wayfinder API. Let me make sure I get that in the documentation. Wayfinder API. Do Wayfinder API. All right. Okay, so let's go run command Wayfinder API like this, or go build, I suppose. There's going to be some no-go files? Seriously? Didn't we just go through this? Command. Oh, whoops. I see what happened here. It's not wrong, you know. Oops. And now I got to do that whole thing again because rmdir, just removing empty directories. Don't worry, I didn't kill the whole project. There we go. Okay. Oh, duh. Right. So this new routes needs to return http.servermux. Is that what we were calling it? Or handler, which I like to call R. It says static check failed, but I don't think it did. I think it's just got some bad state stuck in there. Okay, cool. So then Wayfinder API. And then I just like it to print out a URL, you know, something I can copy and paste. So there's %s, printf, new line. All right. And you know what? Actually, I want one more new line. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry, suckers. Sorry for referring to some of you as suckers. There we go. Wait, that did not recompile. Build it. Yay! All right, I don't know if we're actually going to get to the part. So this, you didn't see it pop open, but there it is. Error, see the docs. So then what we should be able to do is let's go ahead and just take some of those docs and put them. Let's see. I'm going to say I just love having things handed to me on a silver platter. And this is actually going to be great. This one, no, let's take it back one. All right, so we're going to build this Bojangles, and then we're going to run the Bojangles. So if I just copy this right now, whoops. I think it's data raw, not raw data. Oops. Oh, here we go. Oh, whoops. Hold on, let me... Okay. Oh, no, that's not right. We've tested this. This makes me concerned. Did the test not run? Whoops. That's not good. No test files, no test files. Pass. I'm going to need to take a look at that data and see what's going on there. That I do find concerning. I'm not going to lie. At this stage in the game, I find that concerning. Because that's not the error we should be getting. Okay, so let's see again. Alright, first of all, there's a couple of things that need to change in terms of the curl that I'm running. This is what the curl needs to look like, so let me go update the docs with that. Doi. Alright, so the thing that's different is we have not raw data, but data raw. And then we can't have that, we can't have this, we can't have this. So we can have it... This is what it should look like. So let's go ahead and try this again. Okay. Alright, I see where that was a problem. So this is simply a matter of that's wrong, that's fine. Okay, and then I want to, whoops, I want to update the example that's in here so that this is correct. And just bring that all one forward. Okay, so let's build this again. So go build. I'm actually just going to kill this one because I'd rather have this tabbed. All right, there we go. Okay, and let's make sure that if I copy and paste what comes out on the command line, verbatim, cool, it works. That's good. I mean, it works, but it doesn't work, but it works for what it works. So let me make sure that this is indeed what is in the README. And now I know that it is for certain, without question. All right. Okay, now my problem is that according to my test, which could be wrong, I might not actually be checking things that I'm thinking in my test, and then I'm kind of screwed a little bit. But here's my test. And I'm going through expected warnings. Oh, whoops. Uh-oh. So I was not actually running any of my tests. So that's why my tests were passing. That sucks. So now we find out that the algorithm's wrong, because I had this in there and it was failing. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. RIP. That's right. But let's see if we can figure out, whoops, where things are going wrong. It's probably something simple. It normally is. In fact, it's pretty much always, it is always something simple. Except for when it's not, actually. I need to consider my words on that. So 5. Okay. Whoops. But this sucks. Okay. Not gonna lie about that. At least we got calming music and some Mountain Dew. Alright. So this is probably fairly simple. Start does not match expected SLC. Okay. So something happened, and it seems like maybe, did we have an error? I don't know. Get head. All right, get end heads start. let's just do a little bit of this here. Can we do fumpt.printf, get this printed out, debug notation way? All right. SLC is one of the heads. So that's correct. That's good. There are no loops. The tail is Richmond. Okay, there's two heads. That's the problem. So that's not so bad. So what this means is that at the end, somehow some cleanup didn't happen that was supposed to happen. So let's look through our add start method here. I don't think there's anything that's super critically failing. I think there's something fairly simple that's failing. So let's consider the case that was just passed in. So it's going to get a start of ORD, or with a finish of RIC. So this is what's being passed in right now, is SLC, ORD, RIC. That's what I think from the tests. So, because this is, it's failing right here, if I understood that correctly. 2. Yeah, it's failing at 2. So it's failing at this one. SLC ORD, RIC. So let's go back and let's just think through this logically. So the first thing that's going to encounter is SLC. That gets counted before anything else does. Let me just go ahead and sanity check here. We get the edge, the first edge, which is the start, and we add the start. We get the second edge, which is the end, we add the end. That's the correct order. Okay, so what's going to happen? So SLC is going to get added, and we're going to get a visit. The visit, if the visit doesn't exist, it actually gets created right then. Then we're going to increment the start count. So right now, SLC is 1. Okay, great. If the start count is greater than or equal to 2, then there's a loop. So make note of that. Great. That doesn't concern us. If okay. All right. If the start count is greater than the end count, which right now the end count is 0. Okay. So if the end count is 0, then heads SLC is true. And then we're going to delete SLC from tails because it can be a head. It can't be a tail. All right. Now this should probably be, it's a return. So it doesn't need the else. That's why it doesn't need the else. Okay. So if start count, which is 1, is less than the end count, which is 0, doesn't matter. That's not happening here. So, at this point, here's the information, the first bit through the loop. And this is correct. Where we get confused is with ORD. So next, ORD is going to get added to, I'm just going to take this with me. ORD is going to get added to an end. So here's ORD getting added as an end. It's getting a visit created. It's getting its end count. Oh, hey, thanks. Thanks for the follow. How you doing? All right, so it right now, and let me go ahead and do this. So we're just going to update the state of this as we go through. Just kind of walk through the problem, think through it. You blame DNS? Thanks. That'd be a good one. Okay, so ORD is going to get its end count incremented. Okay, end count is up. Now, ORD is going to get, let's see. So end count is incremented. It's not above 2, but it is above the start count because its start count is 0. So its tails is going to become true right now. And then we're going to delete it from heads, so its heads is going to be false. All right, that makes sense. And then it's done. That's all that it can do. So that's done. This first loop has been handled, SLC and ORD. All right. Now, let's go through the second loop. In the second loop, we're handling ORD and RIC. So now we can add RIC here, which is going to start with 0, end with 0. Heads will be false, tails will be false. Okay. So ORD comes through, and we get ORD. Ooh. Do we need to assign back into... Seems like we modified it, but we didn't. I think this might be the problem right here. Although the error message seems a little bit weird for that, but it could be. Because it seems like it was actually getting visit information. No, it wasn't. Okay, I think this was a problem. I think we were because I've been dealing with JavaScript for past few months, and you forget things sometimes. When you make a copy in Go, you're not getting a reference, you're getting a copy, and that's the default behavior. So I could change this to be meh. I mean, it's fine. Let's see. So I think essentially the problem was that after I'm done doing whatever modification I'm doing to visit, hold on. Wait, do we make any other modification to visit? No, we don't. Okay. So this is what needs to happen, actually. I don't need to defer here. I just need to reassign visit. There we go. That's it. I think that will fix it. But let's keep going anyway. Okay, so now we're dealing with ORD again. So we're at the top of the loop for ORD. ORD's coming through. Now we're getting, instead of a new copy, we're getting the copy that has been modified. We're incrementing the start count and we're saving it rather than throwing it away. Then, as we go to visit the start count, it's not greater than 2, no problem. Start count is... Okay, so now we're at start 1, end 1. So this is not true. And then start count isn't less than end count, so that's not true. And then delete head, delete tails, so that means that both of these are reset to false. So now we're in a pretty good state for ORD, and now we do RIC. So let's take these comments here like this, bring them right on down, and just think through it logically. So RIC comes in, we get the visit, we increment the end count, we save the visit rather than throwing it away. It's not over 2, so we're fine. End count is greater than... Oh, wait, we just incremented end count. So end count is greater than start count, so tails is now going to be true. And then heads, if it was anything, is going to be deleted. And then we go to end count is less than... Well, since this condition executed, none of the other conditions execute. So we don't have to worry about any of the other conditions. Okay, so I think that's our problem. I'm just going to save this as blah.txt. I think that was it. Let's run go test again. All right, good. A panic. Ah, nil map. Okay, so let me double check this. I was thinking assignment to entry in nil map. Okay, let me think about what that means here. Visit. All right, where is it complaining about the assignment? What line? $234. Okay, I'm a little confused. Because didn't we do new way? Yeah, we did new way. And the new... Oh, whoops. Loops. Forgot to initialize it. All right, now we get another fail. $149. So, whoops. Okay, loop order. So let's check this out. So I think in order for this to work, so we're not considering it as a set, we're considering it as a list. So now if I run this, that's not where it's going to fail, right? Yay! Okay, cool. So now the problem is quite simple. Okay, where was this at? So this should have warnings. Oh, that's redundant? Sometimes I get confused here. Oh, no. It's just a string, so it doesn't need... Okay, let me go check. What are the type of warnings again? Warnings is just a string. Cannot use literal. Oh, whoops. No, there we go. There we go. Okay. Run the test again. Hey! Woo!
This was a triumph.
Making a note here. Huge success. That would be more for the end game, but here we go. Alright, cool. So tests are passing again. That's great. So I can just add a little, well, remove a little thump.print something or other. Okay, reset readme, add wayfinder, div cached. Fix. Tests were being skipped. Don't skip the tests. Hey! I'm still here. You're still here. That's great. Everybody's still here. All right, so we don't skip the tests, and we fix some bugs. How about not skip the tests after the first iteration and fix some bugs? There we go. Cool. So now I think I'm going to double check the requirements, but I think I've met all the requirements, and anything else I do is just, well, a lot of the stuff that I did was not strictly necessary because I want to make sure I've got Godak. I like to have my things a certain way. So let's look at README. Let's look at command, Wayfinder API. Let's look at Go mod. Whoops. Go mod tidy. I don't think we got to worry about that. There's nothing. Yeah. Fix add missing go.mod. Okay. Git ignore. So wayfinder, whoops, API. Router can go away. Okay. Assets, Wayfinder, Wikipedia. I don't think I need any of this stuff. So let's just try go build again. Oh, whoops. Let's get the music back going. Okay, go build works still. Let's just make sure of that by deleting any leftovers. Oh, whoops. We do not want to ignore Wayfinder. We don't need our blah anymore. Okay, why is my computer freaking out randomly? Does anybody give me the answer to that? Why is Git status just totally freaked out? How'd that happen? Can somebody help me out here? Understand what's going on? Are we going to blame DNS on this one too? Okay, I'm going to go over the requirements again real quick, just while my computer's finishing freaking out and make sure I got everything. All right. Okay. All right, let me just look through this one more time. Oh, let's test that the version information comes out as expected. Whoops. So go build. Help. V. Let me go check out. I think I will add Go Releaser to this. All right, let's see. So I'm pretty sure I've got in my home config Go Releaser GitHub token, so that's there. Good. I think that token's still valid. If not, I can plug in a different token. Builds. There we go. I do want to update this actually. Let's go ahead and update status. Go Releaser. Builds. Yeah, we could take out 386. We could take out ARM. Yeah, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. And then what's I've got the way that I like to do it specified in here. So main. Oh, do I need to add everything under something? I probably do. Wayfinder API. All right. And then I like to make sure that Windows has zip. Format overrides. Windows should get zip. Okay, I think that's all I need for Go Releaser. Ah! Okay, builds. I think it's gonna be like this, maybe. I hate YAML. Is that what's wrong? Line 10. Oh, I had double builds. All right, and then I'm going to put the release notes in there, and then we're going to send this back off, and I think I'll be just in time, with not much time to spare. Okay. Yeah, I still got an hour and a half. So we're good. We're really good. I mean, could have done better. I'm glad that they sent it to me a little later. They wanted me to complete it within 24 hours of receipt. All right. Get diff dot. Oh, good. Actually, well, yeah, whatever. All right. Prerequisites. You should have installed Go. Install.dev/Golang. Go at 1.19. Go releaser. Let's see what version I've got. Okay, that looks like that's working just fine. Excellent. I'll have to check that out later. It's kind of like a kata. I'm doing some extra stuff that is totally not required, but I like to keep in the, the good habit of it. Install. Build. All right, build. Let's see. Go releaser. All right, where's Go releaser? Or my build. Where'd I put the build stuff here? Oh, really? That's not what I wanted this to be named. Let me go fix that real quick. ID. How do I specify the name? Project name. No, I want to... How do I give a build a name? Builds. So project name, we can do that. Go releaser build name. Binary name. Cool. All right. All right, let's try this again. Okay. Dist. Darwin. Wayfinder API. Excellent. Okay, there we go. I'm going to take one last look at this server here. Sorry, I've just been doing stuff that's really just, minutia. But one last look at the server here. So we got our options. We can set up the server to listen. We have our example. Actually, yeah, that's great. And then we have the thing that sets up our API. And I kind of would like to have the API in its own place. Let's see what all is required. Let's just say we move this over. This is stashed, so this is okay. So let's just say we move it over into API. Thank you, sweetie. I will come soon. I can't come yet. Um, okay, new handler. We don't have anything. Okay, trip response. Trip response is the one thing that we don't have that we could have. So let's go ahead and just bring that over. And then there's our trip response. Everything is looking great in here. And then if I just go over to here, then what do I need to do? New handler. And I don't need to pass in any options. API.newHandler. There we go. Cool. All right. Feet. Add HTTP API and server. Status. Git commit -m feet. Well, this is kind of chore. Add go releaser. Okay. Docs. Okay, so let's take a look at this. This is the project I'm going to... I feel like it's pretty well tested. I feel like it is a little bit overkill in terms of I could have done the bare minimum. I probably didn't need to document everything, yada, yada, yada. But I like doing it. I don't know. And, you know, there's a little bit of arrogance to it. Like, hey, look, I documented everything and wrote tests and gave examples and you know, for better or for worse. But this is how I actually like to write projects too. It's not like this is just for an interview. This is the way that I like to have it. Okay, git tag v 1.0.0, git push tags, and then go releaser. Let's not skip publish. Okay, so I'm building everything again. Archives are all done. And then, boom. All right, are we clean? We're clean. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, I guess what I should do... All right, is it publishing? Bad credentials, sweet. So let me just go fix some GitHub credentials real quick. I just need to open up my GitHub credentials. So github.com. I'm just going to go over here. I'll show you where it's at. It's under settings, under account, under developer settings, under personal access tokens, and then I just need to generate a new token that I'm going to give it all permissions for the time being. All right, security key. It wants my USB security key. Let me plug that in. Okay, USB security key. Let me touch it. There we go. And then this is Go Releaser, and it needs, it's going to last for 30 days. It's going to have full control of all repos and to be able to write packages. And I think that's it. I think that's good enough. So we're going to generate that token. I'm going to copy the token. I'm going to put it into the .config Go Releaser GitHub token, replacing the previous token. And then let's see if we can now publish. There we go. It's uploading. Sweet. So now if I do version, Verison version. Cool. I'm going to check out the README, make sure I feel good about it. Docs, show version, usage. All right, I don't care about that for the tagging. Okay, this is it. This is the culmination. It was, about a little longer than I had thought, but it always is. Okay, so we got the clone. Let's just make sure that the instructions work. There's nothing worse than instructions that don't work. Well, no instructions at all is pretty bad too. All right, so we can go into there. Yep. Let's see. Can I do this? Does that just work when I do it? Whoops. Ah! Okay, so now I've got my Go Releaser build. Prints out the version. That's excellent. Let's make sure that the manual build works too. This is all from a fresh project. So that build, and then let's make sure that this works. Yep, that works. Oh, wait. But that one doesn't have the release information. That's fine. Let's make sure all the links work. Link, link, link. All the links work. Okay, good. Let's make sure that everything should be copy pastable. All right. So that works. I could probably do a little better on some of that. Let's make sure that the command works. Well, let's make sure that it runs. Let's see. Whoops. Oh, I need to fix the name in here. So the name is Wayfinder API. So we're going to need to fix that. Doc plus fix output correct. Command name, get tag, go releaser. Oh, whoops. I meant to do 1.0.1, but I did 1.0.2. Okay, so let's make sure that... and the cherry on top that I may not get to. So this should run on 8080. This should run on 88888. Yep, let's just make sure that that still works. That doesn't work. That does work. Okay, cool. So that all works. And then let's take the example. Let's run this back on 8080 again, which is what the default port is. All right, SLC ends up in Richmond. The warnings. Okay, we could also make an adjustment here to the warnings. Where are the warnings? Hold on. That is going to be in... Trip. Dang it, what am I doing? API, this is where it is. Trip response. If trip.warnings equal nil, trip.warnings are... Do we have a new trip? Let me see what Wayfinder Resolve does. Ah! Where does... Okay. Okay, so there we are. So that won't be nil. I think that that's actually a bonus. That logic of nilness should not be here. Let's take that out. Fix trip.warnings should not be nil when empty. All right. And then go releaser again. Okay, what else we got? That's it. That's the whole thing. And I'm pretty sure this meets all of the requirement. And I kind of want to, I'm going to update the docs just a little bit, and then we're done. That was a full day's work, though. Dang. Okay, what did I say we're going to do? I was going to rearrange some stuff in here because I actually prefer to have the build information. So we got usage, API. I think build info should be down lower. All right, and then I should put a better description here. Let's put the Go doc down below in this section. We'll call this HTTP API. All right, I'm going to produce a new version for this. Clean up README. Okay, I think I'm done. If there was one more thing that I would do, I would put the documentation in the server, but I'm not going to do that right now. So I'm going to bring this over to another page, and I'm going to, let's see. Boop. I'm going to go add some collaborators here. And I'm going to go share this with the people that it needs to be shared with. Boom. Alrighty. So now the people that are going to assess this have been added to the project. And then I'm going to reply in the email, minus a little bit of a break and stuff. Let's see. 1, yes. 2, yes. 3, looking forward to it. Boom. Okay, well, that's it. That's it. We need a little victory fanfare. Data make a beautiful life. We are out of beta. We're releasing on time. What we must because we can. All right. That was it. That was the whole thing. Yeah, so in summary, I should have been a little bit more careful with the test. One of the nice things about not running tests in a loop or running the loop in a function is that you have less of a chance of making that kind of silly mistake where you don't run your test because you do a return. Because, again, JavaScript, for each. You return out of a loop with for each. That's what I'm used to doing every day. Oh, I did not add a doc.go. I didn't add that. Maybe I should have. Okay. I still can add some things. There's two things that I'd like to do that I'm going to try to take a moment to do. This thing is submitted. It's tagged. Whatever. But, Godoc cheat sheet. This one isn't by me. This is somebody else. Godoc tricks. There we go. But actually, let me see their GitHub. Doc.go. That would be nice to have. So let's add a doc.go and just put some stuff in here. This is a file header. So we can just say, for example, let's just throw copyright in here. Do we have a license in here? I think we have a license in here. Oh yeah, there it says internal descriptions you don't want to show. Okay, Wayfinder. Okay, package Wayfinder is a tool for determining if tuples of strings which represent edges in a graph can be constructed to form a path from I don't know. This is kind of hard because it's kind of contrived, but is a full tool for determining if tuples of strings, if start and tuples of strings, which represent edges in a graph, can be linked to form a path from a single start head, a single primary start / head to a final end / tail. That's it. Okay, what is it complaining about? Oh, hold on. Do we have to have package? Oh, and then we should have package. Right, so package goes under here. So package wayfinder. Well, actually, this is package. Yeah. Interesting. Actually, yeah, I don't know how to do that because I called it. What if I just did main.go? Package wayfinder? Is that what it is? Oh, it's saying package wayfinder because it found it here. Let's do this. Let's take that out to the dirty. Whoops. Golang, take home. Where did the dirty go? Well, I put the dirty stuff somewhere. I don't know where I put it. Oh, it's in temp. No, oh, it's not here. Got it. This is a different directory. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna forgo the doc.go. Whatever. It's or maybe I don't know. Let me just try this out. I'll get the music going back again too. So we're doing after hours now. It's already submitted. It's done. But I'm just curious. Okay. All right, so there we go with package wayfinder. So we should give this. And then if we run the Go doc, let me see what happens. Let's switch to this tab. And then let's see if I just delete this. And I rerun that. Whoops. What's the difference? Yeah, I like it. We're going to put it there. Okay, and then the one other thing that I wanted to do. Oh, and by the way, now I'm going to go ahead and add some branch protections on this thing. So that's the last thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to add some branch protections. So require sign off, no wiki, don't allow merges, pull request title, auto merge, delete head branches, pushes. That's all good. Branches, add branch protection. Now that it's released and it's good, this is what I do with every project. Y'all have seen this. I'm not going to require approvals, but we are going to require resolutions, sign commits, linear history, and do not allow bypassing the above settings. And then Golang embed. Import embed. Let's see. This is one that I haven't used it in a project yet. I've just used it. I've tried it out, but I haven't actually used it. Okay, so embedding one file into a string. Yeah, that's what I want. I want that. Okay, so last thing we're going to do is that thing that I was saying about let's go ahead and have it so that the API will have whoops. Okay, go embed hello .txt readme.md homepage index.txt Oh, and I should close out a couple of the things that I had in the issues and stuff too. So, listens, parses JSON, detect loop. Yep. I'm deciding not to do this. Meh. Go releaser. Okay, embed readme.md and any data with go embed. That's the one thing I want to do. Okay, so what version of Go am I actually running right now? Because I might have one that's too old. Apparently, it doesn't like this syntax. Go version. Oh, that seems recent enough. I don't know why that wouldn't work then. Oh, because it's to this one. Okay. I know what I need to do here. I know what I need to do. Assets.go. For embed, duh. Is the README. Index.txt is the root, is the default route message. Oh, cool. And then it decided to fix that for me. That's great. So then, weirdness of weirdnesses. What I'm going to do here is kind of a weird thing, but we're going to do takehome.index.txt, and I am going to make sure that we have, let's see, set header content type, and we're going to do text plain so that this just gets rendered as unrendered markdown. Oh, is it not set header? Is it headers.set? Okay, let me Golang set response header. I can't remember. No, I don't want to do it with that. Oh, header is a function. Okay. There we go. So let's try this out. And this will be the last thing, I promise, and then I'm done. I got maybe other things to do with my life. Yep, all right, this is great. Cool. Cool. And we could, we could render it and all that. We're not gonna render it. Well, actually, hold on. Let me one last thing, I promise. So go releaser. What is it that I wanted to look at? No, not go releaser. Hold on. What was I just thinking about? Golang. It's not Markdown. It's called. What's it called? What's the standard? Common Mark. What's the standard? Okay, so this would use a tools package, and that's one thing that I would like to do. So we can have a tools package, mkdir tools, vim tools, tools.go. And then the package is going to be called tools, and then this is going to have... Let me go grab this from another project real quick. So we're going to create a tools package so that you don't actually have to install the thing. It just works. So here, almost all my Go projects have a tools package. This one doesn't. Curses. This one doesn't either? How is this possible? All right. Tools.go. Okay, plus build tools. There we go. But I think this is actually going to get rewritten. Yeah, that's going to get rewritten. We don't actually need that anymore. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. Okay, and then... because I really did want to demonstrate Go Generate, because it's awesome. This is for generating Markdown. Okay, and so then we can add to assets. Check this out. Go generate, and then we can have go run. And then what arguments does this thing need to take? Let me see. Let's take a look at the Go mod here and make sure that this actually is. Oh, nice. Let's look at go mod.sum. Ah, excellent. Cool. This is perfect. Okay. So that's exactly what we want. And then what do we need to do to run it? Do we not have a CLI? We better have a CLI. I know we've got a CLI for this. Where's the CLI? Where's the command folder? Do we really don't have a CLI? Do we really not have? I'm starting to speak like my daughter. Goodness knows. Main tools. Okay, let's take a look at where's the go.mod on this. Go.sum, go.mod. Okay, so that's not any good. If we... oh, well. All right, well, okay, we're not going to do it. We're going to leave it be. As far as Goldmark goes. Well, yeah, we're going to leave it be. Well, no, we're really going to leave it be. No Goldmark. No tools package, no Goldmark. We just have that let's see. Make readme.md the default route. And I'm going to do one small change to this, which is what is the MIME type for Markdown? Because I bet somebody's got a browser plugin or something that... okay. Okay, read me MD. That's what I'm going to do to this. Read me MD. That's it. Okay. Done. Done, 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 done. Okay. Let's make sure that this builds. Use GitHub releases or okay. Okay, and we should link to releases, right? Okay. Link to binary releases. And then what? Okay, what's the last thing I'm doing here? I've got the embed there. We can bump the version on this. Let me just sanity check. Let's make sure that this still works. Yeah, doc means documentation. Okay. No warnings. This still looks great. Okay. Then git tag 4. That's weird. Okay, one more of these. Hold on, go build. Okay, yep. That's fine. And that still works, so we're good. Okay. Okay, get all the things. Go release. Let's see. Get checkout main. Get rebase. Add doc route. Get status. Go releaser. Okay, I think that's it. That's it. Done, done. Whoops. Complete. No more. Okay, because that one's on me. That one's on me. This is the way that I like a Go project to be done. Boom. Okay, I'm done. 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 Yeah, doc in the commit message means documentation. So there's things called semantic commits. Semantic commit, or actually I think they call it conventional commit. Yeah, they call it conventional commit, whatever. And you have a type, a scope, and a description, and then body and footers. So if something is a breaking change, you put an exclamation mark. So sure, yeah. So conventional commits, if you want to check it out. Yeah. Okay, so I'm burnt out. I haven't eaten, and I still have work to do today. So I am gonna, let's see, roadmap. Everything is uppercased. Pew. All right, I'm done. I'm done. Okay, is there any air horn? Item catch. Thanks for joining in. Like, sub, follow if you want to. I've got to go get some food. Thank you. We'll see. I mean, okay, my one downfall might be that I might have taken this a little bit to an extreme, right? Usually with code assignments, what they want you to do is to prove that you have an algorithm and, have at least enough documentation to show what you've got. And here I did the full project the way that I want a project done. I have all the little niceties. I have the help. I have the version numbering. I've got, I've got almost the whole thing of what I like to have. In fact, the dumb part is that I don't have this in a template system yet, but I do want to make a create Go project with a template system. That would be something fun to do another time, which I wish I could have taken more time to do now. But I mean, I've been on that now. It's been 6 hours. So there's that. But like I said, they are, let's see. Hold on one second. Toot toot. Okay, sorry. But the thing is, this is an obscene amount of. There's an element of I really want to impress them because they are offering, like I said, it is an obscene amount of money. What came into the subject line, right? So this is pre-negotiations. Pre-negotiations in the subject line, it had larger number, as in really, really, really big number. So part of me wants to go out and be like, yeah, I'm the Golang engineer, fool. and I don't know, maybe I missed something simple and stupid, but I've got the tests, I've got the API. The one thing that we might have a problem with, oh no. So I did not follow the instructions exactly. Hold on. So it's supposed to have an array back. Okay, wait. I did not follow the instructions exactly. So there we go. So with this, okay, whoops. Because let me double check on this. Okay, I do need to make one more change. Oops. So there is a problem that I must fix, and that is that I started with a certain structure and then I changed it, and then let's see. where did I put trip? Okay. So response, trip. We also need to have trip response. It needs to have a nodes. So nodes, string, nodes. There we go. And then all right, so trip. So this needs to have nodes, which are trip.start, trip.end, like that. Because I wanted debug info. Okay, trip response, nodes, trip. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Add exact format. So let me build this, because that would be so dumb to just, have forgotten to do something so simple and get dinged for it. Pay attention. Okay, so let's make sure now. Yes. This comes back in the right format. Okay, cool. So I don't think there's anything wrong with having too much information. And I could put this in to curl. Okay. So let's show this. Whoops. All right, where did that thing go? All right, so we're gonna get this back in the information. Oops, JQ. All right, good. And then JQ.nodes. There we go. JQ.nodes. So I'm going to change the README to show JQ. Well, we're going to do this one. JQ.nodes. Whoops. JSON. Say to see just the start end tuple. And let's put this one up top. There's always one last thing, So if we do it this way, there. I have documented how to get it in the exact format. So I, don't. So I don't screw that up. Okay, that's in the right format. That's in the right format. Cool. To see possible loop warnings also. I could make that a flag, but I don't want to make that a flag. Whoops. Fix. Show data in tuple only format. There we go. Okay, get checkout main, get rebase, get push, get tag, 5, get push tags, go releaser. What? Go releaser rumdist. Okay, cool. All right, now I'm actually done. Now I'm getting off the stream. Now it's really over. Where can you find my Git cheat sheet? I need to publish that. Remind me. It's a big number. How many? It's not over $1 million. But it's the biggest number I've ever seen for a developer position. So anyway, cool. Releases are here. Usage, API. All right. Cool. I'm out. Thanks for joining in. Like, sub, follow if you want to. Yeah. Peace. I don't know what else to do. I got to get something to eat. I need a break. This was a long session. So, all right. I'm out. Adios.